be live here in about 5 minutes. Incoming music. Should have said cue the music, huh? Yeah, we're going to be live here in a couple of minutes. And we're going to be doing some more of the coding and go. I do have some questions for people, and I do have something to say about what's going on with Twitch. It's going to be a little bit interesting coming from me today, the stuff with Twitch, given what I'm doing. But hey, we're going to do it anyway. Let's see you in 4.5 minutes. We'll be live. See you soon. Remember, hydrate. We'll be right back. And actually, you know what? Boom. I think I'm gonna start now instead. We're not gonna wait. We'll let the timer do its thing. But we're just gonna get to coding here because I'm a little bit delayed. I need to turn on that overhead light. Give me 1 second. I have no rhythm. I was dancing all the way back over here. I had to stop before I got in front of the camera because I have no rhythm. Turn back on. Turn that on, yeah. Stay. All right, so we're gonna turn that down a tiny bit for me. I don't think it turns down for you guys. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It doesn't turn down for you guys, but it turns down for me. I think that's intentional. All right, so a couple of things before we get started here. Number one, if you haven't heard, Twitch is now using AI opted in by default on all channels to train generative AI. It's using your channel, your chat, etc. to train generative AI. I have it turned off. You should turn it off yourself as well. However, to be clear, if you have it turned off and you go to a channel that has it turned on and they're opted in, anything you type in the text in the chat for that channel is used. So it's not a per person thing, it's a per channel thing. It's turned off here. I'm not opted into the generative AI model training thing that they have. AI training Twitch. Let me just verify. Twitch content has trained Amazon AI for years. But users can opt out now. Let me find the actual link to it directly. So here. So it's settings, security, and privacy. If I go here, account settings. I want to make sure it's not going to show anything before I do it. Security and privacy. Yeah, so let's bring that into a new window so I can show it. Under settings and security and privacy, what you have is, where are you? How far down are you? You're way down here, all the way at the bottom. Ah, yes, right here. So you can see that it's turned off. So under security and privacy, your settings, security and privacy, all the way down to the bottom. Train for generative AI. Allow your content to train generative AI models at Amazon. Doesn't opt you out of Twitch and Amazon using your channel content for other purposes. Yeah, I would suggest you turn it off. Even though the channel that you're in dictates whether or not that anything you type in the chat gets used for that. This was turned off before I even started today, just to be clear. It is turned off. It will stay turned off. That is the way of things. We are not going to, we're not going to have an issue where that is turned on by default because I don't want that to happen. So, with that said, how is everybody today? You know, it's been a long time since I've had more than 2 viewers at the start of the stream, like when I press the start button. Today I had 6. Thank you all for coming in. I appreciate it. I hope you learned something like I'm going to, well, I hope learn something today. I did learn quite a bit yesterday. I had two instances of, oh my God, I learned it. It's kind of exciting, you know, knowing something, actually catching on to what something was trying to, what I was trying to learn about something specifically. And yeah, so I'm going to continue using Claude, generative AI. I'm going to continue using Claude to help guide my learning. And I think today we're going to finish the types file and move into the actual parser itself. I did learn something. I don't know if I learned this on stream or off, but creating constants to help prevent typos from getting through, falling through silently, etc. And so we have a type and then we have a constant of those types. So yeah, I mean, so now we say school momentum when we match it. When we match something, when we're looking for what school it is, or if we're looking for something specifically from the momentum school, we can type school momentum instead of just momentum. So we won't have as many of the potent E or potents without the Y on it typos, which is good. Things of that nature. We have the aspects where I think I was misselling one of the things here. The families. Right now we have spell, trait, skill, talent, and basic. These families are basically the tenets of what things are going to happen where. And I did some design stuff yesterday off stream. Some of that design stuff off stream that I did, we're going to go into a little thing here. Bring in a little thing here as well. So we're going to put this in here. So some of the things I did, we're going to make some minor updates here. But we're not going to actually change the image because I don't want to change the actual image. So one of the things we did was, you see how there's an internal, actually, I don't even need this. So we'll just boop, 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 boop. Can't do it. File, exit, don't save, paint again. We'll just do it this way. It'll be easier doing it this way. So one of the things that we looked at for design style things was we have our pentagon, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an internal, this will come later, but for now, we'll just say that it's here, right? I'm going to create an internal pentagon that's going to be swappable based on whatever actually, I think, no, maybe the internal one is going to be, yeah, the internal one's going to be static. That's right. So we'll have a static internal pentagon where you'll have kind of like a line of abilities. like little mini abilities. So you'll have an ability here. Oopsie. You'll have an ability here, and then you'll have an ability. God, I hate how it does that. So you'll have one there. You'll have one like here. You'll have one ability at each corner that will tie to that aspect, and you can or maybe actually these will be triangles. So we'll have do that. So what we'll do, we'll have from here to the midpoint there, from here to the midpoint there. Oops, basically we're going to make some triangles on this thing so that we have a specific set of stuff. And so the way this will work is we'll have so how do I change the size of the brush? How do I change the size of the brush? I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, so basically what this is going to do is it'll give us a undo. This will give us a section inside each of these. And actually, I think I can just do this a little bit differently. Because once it's all done, so there'll be little, I wish I could just, so it'll be like this. So there'll be just little, so you'll have a set of you'll have like a mini talent pool down here, like a mini talent pool where you can choose a couple of different skills for your race / class, however I do that. Like I said, I'm going to try and make this a classless system. That's the overall design goal. But the idea here will be to pretend that this is all nice looking. So each one of these is going to be its own like little like talent tree. And so you'll have a bunch of different talents in here that you can use that are all going to be connected in some way, which will make your talent or your primary aspect. So like it'll be the one that you want to put the most effort into, regardless of whatever your race is, because you know the +5 -5 thing. But this way you'll be able to choose, okay, I want this skill in the technical tree, right? Or I want this skill from the so here's mechanical, dimensional, spiritual, technical, and arcane, right? So I have, let's say I have my races here. I believe the dimensional spiritual is the Circeans, and I decide to go to the dimensional side. I can still choose the spiritual side over here, or even better, I could choose the aspect side. But to be fair, these are going to be, I have a 9 here and a 9 here. I have a 1 here, which means the 9 here is all on this side. This 9 here means that I have that 9 is all here, which means this 9 is all on this side, which means this can be 17. And this is 9 as well, right? So let's say we did the mechanical dimensional one. You know, you've got a 1 technical. You could still put points into the technical side, but as you level up, you'll have a specific set of points that you get to put into this talent tree. And then like Wolson had back in the day, you'll also have the ability to do skill slash like level ups on different rings out here. So like outside of there, you'll have, oopsies, you'll have another ring of skills out here and another ring beyond that. So again, like I said, like Wilson had, so you'll have multiple rings outside of there where you can choose different talents on each ring here. Like this would be ring 1, this would be ring 2. How do I change the size? Brush. I just don't remember how to change the size. Maybe it's just brush instead of pencil. Oh, it's over here. My bad, it's over here. So like this would be row 1, row 2, there'd be a row out here. Again, like Wilson, and this inside here would be the talents. And these would be aspect talents. So this is the idea I have and why I decided to go with some of the stuff out here the way I started doing it. Because I want this to be able to shift and morph, you know, clockwise and counterclockwise. So these end up not being attached to the aspects directly. They wind up being, the aspect winds up affecting those in a way that makes those skills work differently, or those points that you spend there work differently. And when I say like Wilson had, what I mean by that is this. Give me 1 second. Skill tree. I wonder if Wilson.dev is images. So this is the way it was, right? So you can see there's the inner, and it's ironic that that has 6 now. I think I had 5 when I initially started playing the game. But if we take a look at this, you can see how if it's not connected, they're not going to actually do anything, but you can interconnect things. And so that's the idea. This one has 3 off of 6 base. So you've got 2 in each. So it's a 3-sided. So you've got 2 red, 2 blue, and 2 green. So strength, intelligence, and dexterity. Whereas mine's a 5-pointed thing, it'll be a little bit different, but that's the idea. So you can move this outer ring so that it attaches to these in a little bit of a different way. Why is that on intermission? That should have been on here. My apologies for that. So that's the idea that I have. And I took, yes, the idea for shifting talents on the outside is definitely taken from what Wilson had, because I loved the idea when I saw it. And I've loved it for quite a while since. The inner one, having the aspects themselves have their own talents so that you can choose how it works there, how your aspect works, is absolutely based on this idea, but it's not based on how this is actually set up. They call this I think this is called the Gate of Fates in Wilson. I think it's called the Gate of Fates. It's not going to be the Gate of Fates for me, although I could take that name and use it because it's similar in vein to what I'm doing. But you see, each one of these can turn. So you can turn this inner one any way you want. You can turn the outer one any way you want. And then you can turn the far outer one any way you want. And each one of these is a group of very specific, like this is a whole set of talents that you can choose how to go. So yeah, that's what I was doing when I was off stream yesterday, was developing or designing that idea. Actually, file, save as, JPEG, aspect, Talent rings. There we go. We have that just in place there. Ooh, talent rings. All right, so that's what I did yesterday. I did do a couple of other things yesterday. Just a few. Just a few things yesterday that I started working on. And you guys will never see anything inside that folder. Secrets. I did do some stuff. So the old book that I had, this is the one that I started writing before I even got into grad school. This is from undergrad. Rick Reichen was my professor and my grad. I started this in undergrad. I brought it with me into grad school. This became the first book that I started writing in grad school as I think I'm going to use this for all of my grad school years. I don't know why I stopped, because the critique letter I have here actually says, holy shit, this isn't bad. You should really keep writing this. But I had a meeting with him afterwards, and the idea is that, or was at that time, that I had things that needed to go away. And so that's when I started the second book, which is where everything is coming from now. And so it's basically, when I say it's 2 books, it's a combination of 2 books. I did less work on this one and more writing on here. So I've still got characters and whatnot in here. But I did less work for this book than I did for this one. This one has a lot of backstory for the world. And so a lot of work here, a little bit less work elsewhere. And I'm combining the two for the world of Eltanin. So I'm bringing that stuff into the lore, making some of it canon, some of it I don't know if I'm going to make canon, and some of it I'm tossing. But that's what the lore folder is all about. And I can't tell you anything about it because, I'd spoil things, and I don't want to spoil things. But what I do want to do is get to coding, so let's do it now. Let's get to the coding part. Let's get here, have some music, some good old stream beats. Okay. This is let's lock it in, as it says. I think this is house. I think. Anyway, it's time to work. Let's go. Don't need anything there. Good. All right. So we left off yesterday, continuing to work on the skill struct. We have the ID. We have the ID, the name, the description, whether or not it's castable. These are all just base. We have the domain and the family. These are base. When it checks, it's going to check against the domain and family up there, like I said. We have the aspects, the schools, the combo tags, and the tier. And pre-combat eligible, which is just a Boolean. And then we go into the requires set, which is a group of clauses, which is a slice of type clause. And we go down to clause. Clause is basically just a slice of type requirement. It just makes it it's a little funky here, but it's a way to read all the clauses into should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? That seems... That looks like... Hold on. I remember asking about it, but is this likely to cause problems? Oh. Okay, so how do I want... Based on the overall configuration, and name the inner field based on the list it holds. It's exactly. It's... But it's... I already have that. I already have it. Shit. All right, so... All right, so hold on. Hold on. I want to make sure I don't make a mistake here. And I just realized this. I think I asked the AI to clarify why I can do this or can't do this yesterday. But I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, my nose is dripping. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we can do that instead. So requires clause. Clause is a group of requirements. I don't know why I did clause requirement. I don't remember why I did that, but okay. So back over here. So we have the requires clause. So we have everything there. We have the subject, the predicates being the resource, the min max, the condition, and whether it's negated. That's all there is right now, which is fine. Then we go back up to here, and instead of, and after requires, we have the magnitude. We have the scaling cell, which is a slice of scaling cells. Then we have the reaction window, which is after cost, and we started working on cost. So cost has pool and resources, and a single resource has the resource type, the amount, whether it's lethal, and the minimum amount of that resource required. So we have the cost here, so we can actually costs. Cost is a slice. I think this is a slice. No, because that's a list. That's just a mapping list. Is this just... No, this is also skill cost, right? YAML. I hate having to come back after being away for a little bit, like even a day. I hate having to come back and try to remember what I did the prior day. Repetition is the king of retention, but I hate having to try to remember what I was doing because I should just remember it. And I hate having to try and do that. But this should be pretty easy. This should be just the cost, right? That should just be the cost. So I pull in cost. That should become the pool and then the resources. The pool being an int and the resources being another slice. Then when I pull the resources in, it's just the resource and the amount and whether it's lethal and the minimum required. Is that correct is what I need to know. I need to verify that I'm on the right path here. Copy, validate this, copy in here, have type skill struct there, and then this. And that should be this. So that should be like, this should be correct. For cost, that should be all it needs to do. Oh, what did I do wrong? Should it really? And that's because of this right here. This is just a list. So it's just the two. So the only time I use that for scale, for like with scaling cell, is why do I have scaling cell? Oh, because of, so I use that because it's actually a part of it. I think that's also a list. So is that also, that's the same thing as doing this, right? That's the same thing as doing this? No, it's not. No, it's not. Is that the same thing as doing this? No, that's not. Why? Cost is a mapping. Its immediate children are pool and resources. Both keys. Okay. Yeah. It's a mapping to key and value. And the key, the values for these is a list of mappings. All right. And resources happens to be a sequence or a list of mappings. I need to start calling it a sequence instead of a list, even though they're the same. They're technically synonymous, I think. But this is a sequence of mappings, which is why the resources here, because it's a list of mappings, or a sequence of mappings. Sequence of mappings. Resource is that, amount is that, mapping key value, key value, key value, key value. Okay. So this is simply a mapping that has key value pairs in the sequence, in the group. It's not a sequence. This is a sequence. This is just a group. Okay. All right. Assuming a paste typo, SKLLL versus SKILL might be a, yeah, that's just a typo. It'll happily compile and confuse you later if I did. SKLLL. All right. Pool int should be percent or absolute. The comment on that very line says literal or percent. Pool 30% will fail to decode as an int. This is a type you just built. Where did I put that? Pool int. Pool int should be percent or absolute. Y should be... Oh, that's this, percent or absolute. So instead of an int, this is now, that's right, I forgot I finished that last night. That I needed to finish, and then I went and left. So it's a helper for, so percent or absolute. So this is no longer this is percent or absolute. So that becomes that type, which is way down below. Okay. The comment on that very line says literal or percent. Maybe down here it does, but up here it doesn't. There's no comment on any line up here. Anyway, pool 30% will fail to decode as an int. So it goes in, it ends up decoding as an amount. Wait, what? Oh yeah, the helper is going to pull the percent part off and put the amount in. Yep. All right. So that's that. Amount int likewise. Likewise should be percent or absolute. Yay. Yay for stuff. And then the booleans. Changed because I finished a helper last night and I forgot to, or didn't actually finish this. All right. Lethal is a boolean. Still open from earlier. The schema implies most resource costs are lethal by default, and lethal false is the opt-in guard. Lethal false is the default. Lethal true is the opt-in guard, is the opt-in ability. Absent should mean true and goes 0 value gives you false. If that reading is right, this needs bool. No, it's the other way around. Absent is false by default. Absent for lethal is the default. A skill must be defined as lethal. Actually, no. No, if it's a health, lethal will only be on health resource requirements. And so lethal will be true by default. So because it'll be true by default, it needs to be a dereference to the boolean, so that if it doesn't exist, then it's true. Which means we have to swap it around, which is why, yeah. So if it doesn't exist, goes 0 value is false. And if it doesn't exist, then we have to swap it, because if it doesn't exist, the default value is true. Okay, I get it. All right, so I think that's it for the clause for cost. I think. So now we can go. Okay. And now we have allows reaction, which is really just a Boolean. Oh, we have cooldown turns. We have cooldown turns. It's unused in phase 0, but it's all good. Which is an int. YAML. Cooldown turns. And I could just say cooldown. I could just say cooldown. The skills cooldown in turns. Nah, we'll just keep it cooldown turns. No, we'll keep it cooldown. So it's a skills cooldown. Nah, keep these where they are. The YAML stuff can stay. So this is going to stay cooldown turns. All right. The next thing we have is allows reaction, which is a Boolean. Which is this one. And we have the reaction window. And the reaction window is already done. Preempts reactions. And this is a Boolean. Preempts reactions. And then we don't have resolves versus. That's already done or not. Why does it do that? Control F resolves. There's only 2 in here, so I don't have to. So this is individual or affected. This is a string. Yeah. So this is just a string. And this one, the default is individual. So this, I think this needs to be. No, actually, I don't think it does. Because when it's done, when everything's said and done, the default will be in the validator. If it doesn't exist, it's just going to go to individual. All right, preempt reactions. So now all we have left to do is payload. And payload is pretty involved. Well, we have modifies arena as well, and creates arena state. Okay. I'm gonna try and call my wife because she should have landed by now. Why does this look so dark? Is my screen dark for you guys? It looks dark, doesn't it? Pretty dark. This is readable for you guys, right? Or should I change the coloring? Because I can change the theme if we need to make it a little bit more readable for you. What do you think, Ragey? This is readable, right? Why did that not go all the way over? There we go. There's that one. What else showed up there? You guys aren't allowed to see this one. This one you're not allowed? All right, ads are incoming. Yeah, you're not allowed to see this one. Ads are incoming. Let's go ahead and push them now, and I'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Please hydrate. Take care of yourself. We'll be right back. Calling my wife. Okay, let's turn down stream beats. We can pause stream beats for now. And there she is. Hi, baby. You're not home. Almost missed your connecting flight, huh? Who was? They were pissed at you? Wow. Yeah. Yeah, fuck American Airlines. Oh, but everything's good. Hi, Fama. No. All right. Yeah, you should have been there 45 minutes ago. Yeah. I just got up a little bit ago. I got up at 8 o'clock. So I started streaming at like 8:10. No, I did some research, did some stuff, started doing some lore stuff that I'm not gonna show on stream, and then I was like, oh, I need to take a nap. I had a just open soda, I had everything prepped to do it, and I went to take a nap. I'm like, I'll just be asleep for an hour or two. That was at like 1 o'clock. Why I slept for 7 hours? The only reason I can think of is that I screwed up my sleep schedule so much to make sure I could bring you that my body said, no, fuck you, you're sleeping. So I slept for 7 hours. But yeah, I'm on now. I'm on for most of the night. I don't have much to do tomorrow in terms of World of Warcraft or whatnot. So I'll jump on for Gruels. I'll make sure I'm online for work, and then I'll get back to coding. But I'm going to be here for most of tonight. People will be seeing the light show up on behind me as the sun comes up tomorrow. Yeah. It'll be fun. Okay. The two people. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, baby. How old was the guy? Was it a kid? Oh, so it was a... Yeah. Wow. It happens. We have the same requirements. Huh? What? No, I'm talking to because I'm streaming, baby. I said so it has the same requirements. Because I'm working on the payload for the skilled parser. Okay. Okie dokie. I love you, baby. Bye, baby. So Kayloon and I talk every day, even when we're not together. 30 years. In 30 years that Kayloon and I have been together, there have been probably less than 1 day per year on average that we haven't talked to each other in some way. Physically talking, not typing to each other, like talk to each other. Over 30 years, I think there's maybe a total of 30 days we haven't talked to each other. We're not like, it's not like we're codependent or anything like that. Believe me, we were at one point. We're absolutely not now. But we enjoy each other's company so much that it's just a thing. We're gonna talk like 4 or 5 times again today, like over the course of the night before she goes to sleep. Like 4 or 5 more times we're gonna talk to each other. And then tomorrow when I wake up, because I'll wake up after she does, we'll talk then. Then we'll talk like 4 or 5 times tomorrow. She'll be watching the stream when she gets the chance to. Probably gonna be watching it when she's on her way home to my daughter's house. Like, oh, I love my wife. My wife's awesome. She's very supportive too. Yeah, this is house. I'm not sure I like house as much as other stuff. I want. Yeah, we'll go synthwave instead. That's what I was listening to yesterday, right? I think it is. Or it makes it a little bit makes it, the sound is a little better for my coding. So yeah, she's amazing. So Payload is just Payload, because it's a, if I do this, it's just a straight up, it's just like the requires clauses. Everybody likes house. I've loved house music for a very I might get audio muted for this, but I'm gonna do it just because I have to. I've liked house for a very, 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 very long time. And when I say very long time, you get to see all the stuff I listen to. Look at that. Look at that. You get to see all the flow state coding, chip tunes, ambient stuff. You get to see all that. Most of the stuff I listen to, Perfect Circle, Guns N' Roses, Phantasy Star 4 for the game music. I want to see all the stuff. Nope, not that. Not that. That's not it. I listen to a lot of house style music, and if I can find it, guess. Do I have it over here? Maybe. I know I have here. Is it? No, that's not it. Hold on. I've listened to house for a very, very long time, and this stuff was like house / freestyle. And I listened to this one in like 97, 95, something like that. And I've been listening to it ever since. If I'm off stream coding, 20% of the time or so, I'll be listening to this group of songs, because some people called it house, some people called it freestyle. Neither one really took, because house means something else to people and freestyle means something else to other people. But this is what I listen to. Like, I listened to this all through my 20s. This is what I listened to. And yeah, it's like love music. All of it is like love music. It's like really weird, but it's like, this is, it sounds like 80s pop, because it's kind of like 80s pop, but it's not really 80s pop, right? It's literally freestyle. The whole group, there's so many albums that Tasmania Freestyle has. That's literally what it's Tasmania Freestyle. I want to say it's, is it New York house music? And I can say house music because one of the people who's a part of this whole thing was Johnny O and Stevie B, who are like big time names. Sammy C is another big time name that was a part of all this. And so like that's the kind of stuff I look for when I'm looking for freestyle, not freestyle rap. And house music is like Johnny O, Stevie B, etc. And so I listen to that when I listen to house. And when you say it's filled with like slop right now, talentless hacks putting out garbage, I feel that way. And Stream Beats is decent, but like some of this stuff is strange. More strange than it should be. And then you've got Switch Angel, who's just awesome. See if I can find the one I want. There we go. Switch Angel's just awesome. But I can't listen to all of it because she doesn't have enough. I think if this game gets to a point where I'm looking for an artist for music, I'm going to see if I can get Switch Angel to do some of it. I think. Because she's fucking amazing. Like, I actually started getting, like, before I started coding this MMO, I started getting into Strudel to see if I could do it. I will never get as good as people like Switch Angel is. I'll never. But this is
Increase the power.
this is just so good.
Our lead with the kick. Target
I'll listen to Switch Angel for a bit.
5, 6.
Yeah, we'll listen to this for a bit. All right, so effects.
Next
Effects is the same general structure as requires.
round should be a superstar.
But the clause shouldn't be,
Random detuning.
because the requires clause, no, requires is a clause, that's right. So this is similar but not the same. Effects itself does it,
Increase the filter for more power.
but payload doesn't. So effects is literally just it's just an effects.
Let's create a breakdown by isolating.
No.
We can create aggression by patterning a pattern. 7. Hold.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah.
6.
Yep. Okay. And then this is YAML effects. All right. And the effects, we can minimize this and we can see it's just one entry. That's all it is.
Delay.
And so now we go into,
We can copy the progression to our base. Let's bring it all in.
of effect models.
Next, right noise riser. Quarter notes.
Type effect
Large
struct.
attack.
Model. Undo.
Increase the harmonic tilt
This
by
is,
adding a clap.
oh yeah, this is easy. This is a string. YAML. Model. Target. String.
We are the
Target.
creators. Our ideas and efforts shape reality. Without us,
Target.
there is nothing. You have the power. The future is yours.
I think my wife just tried calling me. My phone turned on. Nope, it was just my phone turning off. And then the requires here is the same style requirements as requires up above. So this is now a clause. It's the same overall structure. It's the same footprint. YAML requires. But now, so we have the damage model. Now we have the healing model, which just has a coefficient. We have the condition model, which applies, consumes, and targets. The condition model is a condition, and conditions are,
With this baseline, I will create my foundation.
nope.
On this foundation, I will build.
So we have
light.
applies,
The melody is the
and this
sound.
is,
Harmonics ascending upwards and forming an atmosphere.
these are going to be
Reverb.
buffs, debuffs, character states that are all going to be in a different like database, like a different schema that is going to be looked up. I can't just put a like a constant set here. This is literally just going to be a string. And I don't think I'm going to have to look up the missing part of this, because if it doesn't exist, then it's going to be an error anyway. So this will be,
Elements attract
applies. And same thing with consumes. Consumes is the same thing. It's going to consume the same thing that you can apply. It's going to consume a condition. So this is also going to be a string. But if this doesn't exist, the default is going to be nothing. The default will be false for consumes, because on an effect, on a condition effect, on the condition model, it's going to have a specific, it applies has to be there for the condition model, but applies doesn't have to be there for the healing model or the damage model. And technically, while down here I have item slot and character slot under the conditions model, technically I could have a damage model to the item slot or the character slot. That'll come later, so that you can have called shots, or you can like aim specifically. Think the VATS system mechanic in Fallout, but I wasn't thinking that until just now. I was thinking more of the ability to call shots in a game like BattleTech, the board game, where you can call a shot against a left arm or against a weapon that they have on their mech, which translated also to Mech Warrior, which is the role-playing game that has you playing as a pilot of those mechs. You could still call shots against different body parts and whatnot. That's where this idea came from. And only just now did I realize it's actually close to the VATS system in Fallout 4. Fallout 3. The Fallout series, whatever. And so when I say target and item slot and character slot, all of this is under the condition. Conditions themselves have a damage model or a resource modifier model. Again, a condition can damage, or it can like it can damage you. It can cause you to start losing mana, losing health, etc. I'm wondering. So a condition can't apply another condition, because we could get into a condition loop where a single condition, let's say flame shock. If flame shock applied flame shock, then it's constantly reapplying over and over and over again, and we get into a loop that we don't want. So if a condition has effects, then the model can't be conditioned. It could be a resource modifier. So instead of the condition applying effects, I think that's going to go with. Why would I do that? Let me see if I can have this remind me why I did that. Why did I have conditions? I don't recall why I did that. You need 3 sibling effects on the skill, each independently dispellable, with nothing tying them together. Okay. So, all right. And so what we would restrict this by through the validator, right? So an effect from a condition could apply another condition, but not a recursively. So I could just ban self-application anywhere. So A, casting B, can't cast A again. Yeah, that's what I want. Cap nesting death at some sanity limit regardless of cycles. A tree 6 levels deep is an authoring error even if it terminates. Yeah, I think we'll just have it 2 levels deep. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, that'll be in the validator. We'll do that. Make note that we will cap nesting depth at 2 regardless, and we will ban self-application. A condition named flame shock and never apply shock, but it can apply burning. And burning, I think the conditions nested effects can contain conditions. Inner conditions that nested effects cannot. A condition cannot apply itself direct only in phase 0 since transitive detection needs cross-file applies resolution. All right. Depth is a walk over the parsed effects tree, so it belongs in the validation pass alongside the others. Keeping code dumb and validation smart is what lets you report all violations at once instead of dying on the first. All right. So we're still working on payload. The outcome reference is just a the skill. So I think after we have this, we have to have the effects subclause. So an effect is going to have itself going to have is going to have effects. Yeah, so we have target. We already have target. We have item slot, which is going to be a string for now, but this is going to end up being similar to what WoW has, where you have item slots that have numeric representations of them, but that'll be for later. And it'll change the names in the YAML files to numbers later, meaning that authoring it will still be you type the or you select, because I'm going to end up creating a skill creation utility. Basically, I'm going to have a utility that helps me create the game. I'm going to create one to help me create the game, so that instead of typing things out for skills and recipes and whatnot, I'll be able to use this tool to graphically create them. It'll make it faster for me in creating the skills and whatnot. So we'll do that. YAML item slot, character slot. String. YAML. Oopsies. Oopsies. There we go. And then we have duration, which is just an int. No, that'll never be a, can never be a percent. What the hell is that finger here? Jesus. Techno. I love techno. YAML. YAML. And duration. We already have coefficient. Dispellable, which is a bool. And the default is false. The default is true. Boop.
Now, visualize a hole.
The default is true. So if it's missing, it's true.
Put a circle.
Dispellable, scales. The default here is also true.
Your previous world can now be destroyed.
Scaling cell. Esoteric. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back. If you're lurking or if you want to stay lurking, be my guest. Just wanted to say thank you for doing so. God, there should be a way to actually change that, right? So that we don't see those subscriptions and I just hear this stuff. Like that didn't come through the chat, right? No, it did come through the chat. So like that came through because you shared it though, right? I would hate to have like never known. Yeah, so you shared it. So you could, so if I hear the sub, oh, I wonder if you didn't share it, if I'd actually have heard the noise. I'd be like, yes, who subbed? I'd see the sub. I need to not call people out if they don't share it in chat. Okay. How you doing, my friend? How you doing? Scaling cell is actually down here. I have the scaling cell down here, right? Yeah, scaling cell. Scaling cell. And this becomes its own little thing. It's nice seeing things like this actually start paying off. Oh yeah, I get that. I just woke up because evidently I was super tired when I was doing stuff earlier today. It's just like, why? I need to take a 1 hour nap, and it turned into 7 hours. 7 hours. During the next ad, I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to be gone for longer because I need to make something to eat. Hopefully I don't get tired again because that happens. that happens. Like, ugh. But yeah. All right. You go back to either lurking or you know, going to bed or whatnot. Thank you for stopping by. I did say I'm going to be doing this every day. The coding stuff and gaming and whatnot will be secondary to it. It will happen, but I'm going to learn this and I'm going to make it work. So I'm going to be doing this every day. So if you ever have a suggestion for me, let me know. And that does not just to you, Esoteric. That goes for everybody. If you ever have a suggestion, please feel free to throw it in here because I am more than happy to hear it. All right, so scaling cell is a part of the effect. And then we also have effects. I think I might be wrong here. You're not the recursion set. You're picturing effect as one struct, but it is. Dispellable on a damage effect is meaningless, but decodes clean. You write a validator rule to catch it. The union deletes both. Damage effect has... So what union? What union? How do I do a union? How do I do a union? What are we talking about? Oh, so that's what that meant by this being a fat struct. Okay. So... Yeah, the footprint doc has caught up. It's like right there. That's fine. All right, so let's go back and see what it's saying here. I said, am I wrong in thinking that the footprint design having effects that have a sequence of mappings having an effect mapping is wrong? Not wrong. That's just what a tree looks like in YAML. Effects is a sequence. This is a sequence. Same sequence, right? Each element is a mapping, one effect. Yeah, each element is a mapping. Exactly. A condition effect happens to have a key whose value is another sequence of effect mappings. Sequence mapping repeats because the structure genuinely recurses. An effect can contain effects. The alternative would be a flat effect list. We don't want that. Where it would be wrong is if nesting were unbounded and unruly, 6 levels deep with unclear ownership. Your depth cap of 2 fixes that. 2 levels is a shape you can hold in your head, the effect and what it does over time. The go side stays clean too. Condition effect. Where's condition effect? I don't see condition effect. I don't understand what it's trying to say. It's telling me to create a condition effect? Picturing effect as one struct, yeah. If effect is a single fat struct with an effects effect field, then every effect carries a nested list, including damage effects where it's meaningless. The type permits nonsense and the validator has to police it. With the per model union, this goes away. Effect is an interface. What is an interface? It's a type that defines a set of method signatures. It describes what a type can do rather than what it is. Type speaker interface, speak string. Type dot struct, name string. Function ddog, using the dog struct. Speak string, return, wait, what? Where is speaker coming? Oh, that is so confusing. How? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Interfaces allow you to focus on what a type does rather than how it's built. They can help you write more flexible and reusable code by defining behaviors that different types can share. This makes it easy to swap out or update parts of your code without changing everything else. All effects have a model. All effects have a target. All effects have a coefficient. Target, model, coefficient. All of them have those. So I could just type effect interface. For the interface, type rect area float 64, rect perimeter are as rect. So rect.width, rect.height, which is the struct. How? I don't see shape anywhere here. A shape must be able to return its area and perimeter. Both rect and circle fulfill the interface. I don't see shape. Where's the shape in here? How does... I'm so confused. Type shape interface. I don't see the word shape. I see area and perimeter, but I don't see, like, I see a function of rect being area. I see a function of the rect struct being perimeter, but I don't see anywhere where shape is included. Like that just, it looks like it's not used. What am I missing? When a type implements an interface, it can then be used as that interface type. I don't see anything implementing anything here. I am so fucking confused. I am so fucking confused. Every type automatically implements the empty interface. The birthday message and sending report structs already have implementations of get message method. Birthday message and sending report already have implementations of the get message method. How do they have wait a minute. Oh my god, thank you for the raid. AIB Engineering, thank you for the raid. I'm learning, and I'm super confused about interfaces in Go. It's just something about the logic of it just isn't clicking for me. I don't... Because, so AI is telling me that I can take the fat struct that I'm having issues with because it has a recursion with the effects, with the struct itself. And is basically telling me to use an interface. AI Bengineering. I get it. Okay. Hey anyone. No, I did play some classic Akali, but only on the PBE. I haven't jumped into League again since. I'm so involved, so directed at learning Go, learning C#, learning Godot. And thinking about what else I can do with that I don't have time to do much else. I want to, and of course she's bananas. I did play her on the PBE. Just like, she can play in any role. You can even play her in the jungle. She's bananas. I love her. I don't have time to do it because I'm doing this. With the interfaces, I have a fat struct here. I have a struct that contains everything. And Claude is telling me that it might be better if I use an interface. So I started looking at interfaces, and I'm like, the fuck? How? What? Because I don't understand what, like, I'm using boot.dev. I'm not paying for it. So all I get to do is look at it and read the stuff, but I don't understand. Like in this case, birthday message and sending report structs already have implementations of the get message method. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The interface is a shape. If I use area anywhere, it implements that interface. But I don't see this saying that it implements, I don't see rect saying that it implements shape at all. All right, there's an ad incoming. We'll be right back. 2.5 minutes. Please hydrate, take care of yourself. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. So I'm still very, very, very confused. It's completely normal to be confused by this. In almost every other programming language, you have to explicitly tell the compiler, hey, this class implements that interface. Go doesn't work that way. It uses something called implicit implementation, often called duck typing. Think of an interface as a checklist. The interface is nothing more than a formal checklist of functions. Functions, not types. So I can go model target coefficient being string float 64. Right? And so now everything that has model also has to have target and coefficient. You've just given dog struct a method named speak that returns a string. The Go compiler looks at your code, looks at dog, says, does dog have a speak method that returns a string? Therefore, dog automatically satisfies the speaker checklist. So it just does it by default. God, that's so confusing. Why? Why make it implicit instead of explicit? The interface applies to the dog the exact moment you pass the dog into a function that asks for a speaker. Okay, but there's no, that doesn't happen over here. There's no, it asks for a circle, not a fucking shape. It asks for a circle, not a shape. What the? You see why I'm confused? It's not asking for a shape. It's asking for a circle. That's why I'm like shape doesn't exist anywhere in this example at all. In Go, evidently, it implicitly does it, but I don't see, like, this is literally the example. Right? File, new file, test, Go. I'll end up getting rid of this. This is literally the example right here, right? Type shape interface, which has area and perimeter functions. Rect is a struct that has width and height both being float 64s. Function of rect, R being the rect, a function area with rect as a parameter. We're using the rectangle. The rectangle's width times the rectangle's height is the area. Even though, like, I understand that these two are the same functions, but I don't see how that applies here because this isn't actually saying this is a function of that. And then it says the same thing for circle. So we have rectangle and circle, right? Same area, just different stuff. But it's not giving me, like, it doesn't make sense to me. When a type implements an interface, it can then be used as that type. So now we're saying, okay, we're going to go ahead and print the area. Like, I can go ahead and use shape as that type, but I don't see where it's implementing it here. That's the problem I'm having. I don't see where any of this is actually implementing this. Because in the description over here, it says function make it speak, speaker. When the application happens, the interface applies to the dog the exact moment you pass the dog a function that asks for a speaker. Make it speak as speaker. Right? I'm not seeing that. It's a circle. I have a function, an area function that returns this value as a float. It takes a circle, which is a radius. Nothing here. That lives on its own. There's no shape anywhere for that. That works without any issues, does it not? Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me untime you out. I don't know why it did that. My apologies. Open link. Interfaces are implemented implicitly. Lots of items. Type I interface, type T struct. Type T is a struct of any. I think this is you know, like defaulting, right? So like, whatever. This method means type T implements the interface T. See how it's there? So it implements T immediately. That I understand. Wait a minute. This method means type T. Oh. So because that function exists in the I interface, because M exists in the interface, it automatically does that. So if I define, so the implementation is because that exists there. So that works, but that also works because the function is area. But because this is here, it actually defines what that's, okay, I understand it now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for posting that. It's very strange how one little thing, this method means type T implements interface I, but we don't need to explicitly declare it. This method means type T implements the interface I because method is in the interface. And that struct is now implementing that interface. So did you write this? No, that you didn't write this. So like we can still have func M that does something, right? Var X equals hello. Actually, I don't even need to do it that way. We just do it like this. X walrus, hello. Walrus, hello. Right? Declared not used. X equals format print line X. Just to get that done. Run. Hello. Func M. So now this isn't implementing that, right? It's just func M. Hello. Hello 2. Yeah. So I.M, I equals T hello. If we decided to just func main instead of I.M, we just do M. Declared not used, I. Format dot print line I. Just to get it out of there. Hello, hello 2. So we're printing that here. I want to make sure I understand it, that I have to have the type there. That's the thing. I have to have the type there. And that's what this does. Hello is now, instead of it being all that set up, it's actually like if I do this. So yeah, this is no longer a part of the interface, I don't think. Plus and plus I. No, that won't work because I just got rid of it. We can and plus I. Undefined I, because it's in a different function. But I'm thinking, I'm actually thinking that this is right. This is not implementing anything. So this ends up being I.M and M are separate. So this is not part of the interface. This is part of the interface because I do this. Am I right? Am I right in this case? So because I'm passing the struct because I'm using the struct for the function, it immediately says that is this And so we have, so if the function doesn't actually return whatever the interface says, it won't actually make it part of the interface. So even if I did, okay. It's going to take a while for me to actually wrap my mind around this and start using it. But I think I understand it now. It's confusing. I'm going to have to try and make this work inside here. Let's get rid of the test. I'm going to have to try and make this work inside here. Right? So now we have model, string. We have target, string. Let's see if I have this idea correct. Coefficient. Float 64. I don't think anything else uses that by default. Wait a minute. Do I have to have a function to make the interface work? Every effect has a model, has a target, and has a coefficient. Every single model in the effects group, even if it doesn't show it. Every single one has a model value, a target value, and a coefficient value. Not all of them will have the applies or the consumes, but they'll all have a target. They'll all have a coefficient. They'll all have scales, and they'll all have a scaling cell. Will that work? Will that work? Argument for the union made by hand. From every model distance for displace, etc., etc. Dispellable on a damage effect is meaningless, but it decodes clean. Yeah, that's understandable. So the union deletes both. Damage effect has 3 fields. Condition effect has the condition fields in the nested list. Strict decoding rejects dispellable on a damage effect automatically because the field doesn't exist there. Shared material. Target requires scaling cell. Scales appear essentially on everything. Both struct embedding handles that. The base effect with the common fields embedded in each model struct. How? Let's see. Wrong syntax. It's the whole point of what Go interfaces declare methods, not fields. Okay, so I was right when I said no, this has to have methods, which I call functions. I think a method and a function is the same thing. Are methods and functions synonyms for Go and other languages? are not exact synonyms. Comes down to association. So a method, hold on, before I read it. A method might not necessarily return an output. So a method is something like, it still has function, the function keyword, right? But it won't actually return anything. Maybe a method doesn't use the function keyword. In Visual Basic, it's like sub or subroutine can be a function where it is sub blah blah sub area as integer or as double, returns a value. It forces a return of value, but sub width then has a parameter x as double, but it doesn't have a return value. So that's a subroutine, and the other one is a subroutine that happens to be a function. So in Go, a method won't return a value, but a function does. Methods are functions that are attached to a specific data type known as a receiver. So calculate area is a function, whereas our rectangle is binding the function to that rectangle. Okay. It binds the function to the rectangle type. So that function, the area function here, only works on the rectangle type, which is why the interfaces work. That's why the interfaces work. Holy shit, that's why the interfaces work. That's why interface works the way it does. Because this is bound to rectangle, but because that area returns a float 64, that area bound to rectangle is now also bound to shape. Well, not bound to shape, but it implements shape. Oh, motherfucker. And it all goes together. Yay. It all makes sense now. Okay. All right. So this was wrong because interfaces implement functions or methods. And so this is going to be a struct anyway. So this is going to be the base effect, which is now how do I embed that? I embed that the same way I do everything else. So the model is different. So the model will be different. So instead of type effect, we'd have type. I'm only seeing the base start here. I'm not going to scroll down because I want to see if I have this right. So let's say I have a damage model. I mean a damage effect. Struct. And so now we have model, because the model is a part of this. The model is a string that comes from the YAML model part, and then we embed this. And so target coefficient, these end up being here. And scales and scaling cell are also there. So then we have that. And so that's basically, so like this. I think that's right. So we have it there. Requires in the base effect, so well, all of them can have requires. So I can put that in there. That makes sense, right? So I'll put requires in there too, because it makes sense for what is going on, and we'll put that in here as well, just because it's there. Each model struct embeds base effect and adds its own. The decoder promotes embedded fields, so target binds without repeating it 7 times. The interface then holds the minimum behavior to the resolver needs to work with an effect without knowing its type. Realistically, one method. I don't know where the interface needs to be here. So like this. And where would we be using the interface? And what is it? Is that just in the validator? I think that's the case. I believe so, because this is just types for now. Two syntax corrections. Embedding is a nameless field. You wrote effect, base effect. That's a named field. Damage effect is base. It's an unnamed field because when it embeds it, it brings the named fields. Now target works directly and target binds correctly. That promotion is the entire benefit. Naming the field throws it away. Model shouldn't be a field. Nothing stops damage effect model heal. Make it a method returning the constant. Type and name can't ever. Make it a method returning the constant. I don't have the constants here right now. But these are all authored. The models are authored. Type model string constant. Type. Not type. Model damage string damage. Model condition string condition. Actually, this should be in lowercase. Is this right? I'd hate to be typing all this out and have it be wrong, but actually, heal is just a resource modifier, which can be health, value, right? So operation multiply or add. So add, yeah. So this can be, so instead of heal as a model, it becomes resource. So string. So this becomes a resource. Damage, condition, displace. This is heal. This is actually resource. Resource. So resource modifier. Model displace. Model mitigation string model purge to remove. I want to say purge, but we'll say remove. I like the word purge a lot. Removes a condition. I think that's it for now. So we have all the models. I should probably put some explanation about what those are in there. I'll do that a little bit later. to do. Create short descriptive comments for these type constants. So back down here, the model is no longer that, and that's where the interface comes from. Create a method returning the constant. This shouldn't be a field. It should be a method returning the constant. In the type, so how do I do that inside the type? Model. How do I do that inside the type? Func model string return model damage. No, because this is just taking that information and putting it in here. No. The type shouldn't be doing, it should just be pulling that in. Right? No. My brain is, I think I'm conflating things. I think the AI is conflating things. I'm not positive. I've got to double check this. I'm confused right now because this is, the types are just supposed to be taking the YAML through the YAML parser, putting them into Go. It should just be reading and then putting the stuff into the type, into the structures, the structs. But AI's telling me to use the struct, use a method inside the struct to return the constant, which makes no sense to me. Also, damage effect needs its own field. Where? Coefficient is in base effect. Yeah. So damage currently adds nothing. I'm so confused again. A set of method signatures, any type implementing them satisfies it. No declaration needed. If damage effect has a model method and the interface requires model, it satisfies it automatically. Payload effects can be effect and hold a mix of concrete types in one slice. Without it, you'd need 7 separate slices or any. Payload.effects can be effect and hold a mix of concrete types with one slice. Why am I getting so confused here? What the hell am I getting confused for? It was great until I started saying, okay, that the effect structure is getting too big, too unwieldy. I need to break it down a little bit. Ingredients have all of these. Ingredients always have these 5, and then optionally have these 2. So that makes sense. This one makes sense. They all make sense. Predicates have a condition or a resource. The resource has minimum, maximum. The condition can have negate. Resource can have negate. That makes sense. It's not that big, so 5 fields is fine. This one started having issues because I'm putting everything into there. And what I could do is just do damage model. I mean a damage model, then a condition model, and then down here a displacement, a mitigation, a resource modifier, and a removal model. The condition model having the extra effects on it, which can have models themselves. Why am I getting confused here? Interfaces get done in the resolver, not the validator. It holds effect values and type switches to concrete fields. Case damage effect gets coefficient. Case condition effect gets applies, and duration applies the condition. Compiler enforces that you've handled the type you claim to have. The validator uses it the same way an unmarshaled YAML is, where concrete types get put into the interface after the model peak. So it's not just types for now, it's the contract the resolver is built against. Which is why the method set should stay minimal. Model, string, maybe a base accessor. Everything else comes from that. So type whatever it's going to be, interface. Going to have a model of string type, because it's a string. The model itself is a string, but it's not a string. It's a model. So let's see if I have this part right. Type, model, string, const, damage, do I have to say equals up here? Does this have to be like this? Did I screw these up? Yeah, I did. These all have to have. Silly me. Yeah. Okay. This damage. Type, whatever, model, interface, model. One bug, two name. Const model damage, string equals damage declares a string, not a model. If the method returns model, comparing against this constant is a type error. Did I not put that in there? Derp. Derpy. I'm derpy. That was a silly, stupid mistake. Go convention is to name interfaces for the behavior with -er or just the concept. So here is just effect. So the interface would be model interface. You can't have a method name model returning a type name model on the same struct if the struct also embeds something within a model field. Model is both a type name and method name. Reads confusingly. Consider kind for the type. Or keep model as a type and name the method something else. Name the method something else. That's kind of easy. Yeah? So the shape you want is a kind or model string type, typed constants, and an effect interface. An effect interface. An effect. Wait a minute. Hold on. An effect interface to get the. Why do I. Requiring one method that returns it. That returns the string type. Why do I need an effect interface? Because I have the type effect. Like, this is so confusing. I'll get it. So we have the model interface. Get the model. Can't do that. Type is model. So, hold on. File, new file. Test.go. Let's do this. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. The interface suffix adds nothing a reader doesn't already see. Yeah. So model. Here is effect. So this is, but it's an effect. All right. Type effect interface. Get model. Base effect is a different type. Oh, there's my baby. Hello, baby. Are you putting me on the stream stuff? Are you watching? Okay. How late do you expect to be up? Because you don't sound tired at all. How tired are you? Oh, I am tired. Right. Okay. Well, if you want to, when you get back and get ready. You can just let me know that you want to get in Discord if you want to talk that way, so we can talk and I can have it on stream and whatnot. Okay. All right. I love you. All right. Bye, baby. Okay. All right. So yeah, she'll be jumping on stream or in Discord so we can talk on stream. So the model string is the model. The effect gets the model. A kind or model string type. Let's grab the base effect real quick. You can't have a method name model returning a type name model on the same struct if the struct also embeds something with a model field. And more practically, model is both a type name and a method name reads confusingly. Keep the type and the method something else. Minor, but you'll read these lines 1,000. I think 1,000 times is an understatement. So the shape you want is a kind or model string type, typed constants, and an effect interface requiring one method that returns it. But the interface doesn't actually do that. So how do I get that to return it? When it's a type, I'm not putting functions in here. But the function returns a model. That's how that is. But the method returns a model. What else? So I feel like this is going to change. Because these are all I have left. Payload is done. It's the stuff under that needs to be done. The model gets the model type. Damage effect is the base effect. Plus, well, the damage effect is the base effect. There's nothing else on the damage effect. So let's be like type condition. Because this is where things are going to change a little bit. Ads are incoming. I don't have any choice with the ads. They happen every 50 minutes for about 2.5 minutes. Sometimes you get less. Very rarely you get more than that. The 2-minute timer is so that I can actually explain that if people need it and let you all know that when I press a button to actually start the ad early, that it's still only 2.5 minutes and we'll be back after that. It's also to let me know, to let you know, please hydrate. Please take care of yourself. If you can get up and walk around, do so. If you can't, then, you know, whatever you can do to take care of yourself. Please hydrate. Hydrate is good. And we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. I was going to go down and make something to eat, but I already had a banana, so I'm good for a little bit. We'll see you in 2.5 minutes. During that 2.5 minutes, if you don't have ads or you're watching somewhere else, I'm going to continue working on this. I'm going to continue talking, but most of it's not going to be interactive. It's just going to be me talking or thinking through things. So we'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Condition effect, condition effect, condition can be condition effect has applies, consumes, condition can affect either slot, but damage can apply to either slot as well. Conditions and damage can apply to either slot. So can displace. So damage doesn't have a duration. Base effect doesn't need duration. Base effect doesn't need dispellable. But condition needs dispellable. I want to make sure. Condition effect also needs duration. So I want to make sure that this is going down the right path before I continue making some of the others. So let's do this. Copy those. Put those over here. Model is there. That's all set. Make sure we have this going the way I think it's supposed to go. I think. So something like this, I think. So something like this. I think, like, I'm still confused about the way this is working because of the interface stuff. But I think the rest of this is, I think I'm right. I'm probably not. No, it is base effect, but that's supposed to be capitalized. Get model mol. Code convention omits get on getters. Name, not get name. Since the type is also model, this is the naming condition I flagged. Renaming the type to kind gives you kind and reads better than either alternative. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, but get model reads better than kind. Sorry. I disagree. I could be wrong because go convention, but I'm sorry, get model. Maybe you can write it better, but kind does not read good to me. I hate the fucking word. I know it's a kind of thing, but no. I want it to be more descriptive than kind. You can't use type, which is why they use kind. Well, maybe, like, no, I'm not using kind. I'm not. I'll die on this hill. Yeah, I know the constant list heal and resource. I don't care. I don't care right now. I care about other stuff first. Again, I don't care at the moment. Targeted slot effect is orphan. Again, I don't care at the moment. None of these types implement defect yet because you haven't written the methods. Damage effect doesn't satisfy the interface until it has kind returned kind damage. God, that looks... Baby, you want me in Discord? No, okay. So I haven't done the first part. I haven't done the first part. I don't know what that pop-up was. I haven't done the first part in the message you just sent me. And the second part, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me about that second one. Because I didn't do that. Yay. I'll do that. Actually, I should just do that now. I'll just do that now. Quick question for you. And this is going to be for the lore stuff that I was talking to you about earlier. I'm wanting to... You know that second one isn't due until next week? It's about the lore stuff, but it's okay because it's just Anthropic. Because I'm using that to brainstorm some stuff as like a brainstorm partner. No, all I'm doing is I'm paying the one bill. It's due next week, but I'm making the payment now. But Anthropic, ChatGPT. I'd like to just do it. But you can say no. You can say no if you want to. The other stuff's paid. Done. The other stuff's paid. All taken care of. Thank you for reminding me. All right, so I'm not using kind. Kind is just... I mean, maybe I can do this. Right? But not in the interface. Inside the damage effect. Right? I hate having to use kind because that doesn't make more readable to me. Kind, 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 kind. How's this? I think, I think, I think this will be better. I think, but I'm not positive. Methods can't live inside a struct body. Yeah. Struct declares only fields. Methods are at package level. Oh. 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 And then we have now I get it. Now I understand. A function or method is outside of types because it's a fucking function or a method. It need. Yay! I understand. Why did that take me almost an hour to figure out? Fucking interfaces. Okay. So so now this is good, right? The image effect before the name is the receiver. That's what binds the function to the type. Convention is to put a type's methods immediately below its declaration. Convention is to put it below the declaration instead of above. That I can do. I understand that. I can. That I get it. I get it. Makes sense. I think it would be better readable up here. But I absolutely understand this. Absolutely, I understand that. For me, convention might be to put it underneath. But for me, man, I would be a software programming company's like worst nightmare because I'm very particular about the formatting and style that I put my shit in. I shit in a toilet. You shit in a toilet. But the toilet that I shit in is different than the toilet that you shit in. Instead of us all going to a public toilet is the way I look at it. I like I'm very particular about the way I like my code to look. I hate C# code where you've got stuff like this. I hate that. I hate that convention with a passion. I hate that convention with a freaking passion. I don't. Convention is to put it below the method. Note the receiver has no variable name here since the method doesn't use it. Legal and idiomatic for constant returns. When you do need the value, you'd write nothing uses. Note the receiver has no variable name since the method doesn't use it. The method doesn't use the variable name. Wait, what? The method doesn't use the variable. But all right. Now the confusion comes in again. So when the parser starts, how does it read? Do I know that an effect is a damage model in the struct? Because now the damage struct is just you take over with unmarshal. The decoder hands you YAML node for one effect. Parse but not yet bound to any go type. You decode that node into a tiny probe with one field model. Everything else in the node is ignored because the probe has nowhere to put it. You switch on the value. Model damage, declare a damage effect, model condition, a condition effect. Decode the same node again into that concrete struct. Assign the concrete value into the effective. So you know one step earlier from the probe and you pick the struct accordingly. The type carries the knowledge forward. The type carries the knowledge forward. It's a damage effect struct. The type is a damage effect. So I don't need the model in there because the type is already doing that. Got it. Saves space because of the type. Okay. Type effect holder struct effect and payload effects is effect holder. It's not on the effect structs, it's on a wrapper that holds the interface. Something like type effect holder struct effect and payload.effects is effect holder. The decoder can't call a method on an interface that hasn't populated yet, so you need a concrete type to hang the unmarshaller on. Okay. The type carries the knowledge afterward, which is why kind can return a constant rather than reading a field. Because the type is the model. Got it. The type of effect is the model. Okay. Two things fall out. Unknown model values should error in the default case, naming the value in the line, and this is where you verify whether known field strictness survives into node decode. Known fields is going to be in the validator, not in the types file. All right. So I think I have it now. We're going to delete all those. This is up at the top. This is up here. Model string, make sure. Yeah, that's up at the top. We delete those. And then we have the effects list is the most involved of the payload. Text list is what the payload provides. And as such is the most involved for type structure, type layout. Common among the effects. Play. Target requires targeted slot effect. Body or armor parts. Okay. All right, so there's that. That's there. I'll keep these below just because I don't want people yelling at me for having off convention setups. Although all right, the base effect. All right, so effect, damage effect. We'll do the damage effect first. Damage effect is done because it's the base effect. Damage has a target, a coefficient, it scales, it has a scaling cell, and it has a requires. Potentially all of those. Damage doesn't have a duration. Damage doesn't have dispellable. Damage doesn't have... Excuse me. Damage doesn't have an item slot, a body slot, or an armor slot. It's just damage. So that one's done. The next one is technically condition. So let's go to condition. Condition uses a base effect. It has applies. It has consumes, because it can consume a condition. Like if you want to say conflagrate somebody and, you know, stun them and make the burn do more damage when they're already burning, it will consume the burning and put a different condition on them. If you want to electrocute somebody, let's say that you want them to become shocked. Maybe it'll consume any soak that's on that target and apply the shock. Something to that effect. So that's what consumes is. Conditions can have durations. Conditions can be dispellable. They automatically have the scaling and the scaling cell and all that nifty stuff as a part of it. And the condition can also have itself an effect. Which is this. Which is this. Which is what caused me to have a little bit of a like what the fuck is going on anyway. But breaking it down, a condition can have effects of it in and of itself. And those conditions are the same. I don't have effect. Which is weird because I thought I had a just basic effect. So when I do this, how do I get that effect slice to work? Because the recursion goes through the same wrapper, not through anything new. Condition effect dot effects is the same as both the slices of the wrapper. So when the decoder reaches nested effects, it hits the wrappers on Marshall again, probes model again, dispatches again. The function calls itself one level down with no extra code. That's the elegance of the pattern. Dispatch is written once and recursion is free. Two things to get right. Declare it as the wrapper type, not effect. If payload.effects is effect holder, this must be too. A bare effect here would leave the decoder with an interface of KFL. That's what I'm like. What are we talking about? Effect holder. What do we like? I don't see an effect holder. I have. What am I missing now? You cannot define methods on an interface type. Effect is an interface. You cannot define methods on an interface type. Wait a minute. Methods need a concrete type, so you declare one whose only job is to hold an interface value. All right, I'm confused again. Fucking interfaces. Methods need a concrete type. So func, condition, effect, bound, kind, model, return model, condition. Kind, model, return model. So I'm fucking confused. What the hell did I do wrong? What the shit? What the shit? What the shit? Yo, yo, yo! What the hell is going on with me here? It's not wrong. Roughly 90% one specific. Let me walk you through it. Yeah. Payload, correct and intent. One field holds the effect list. Yeah, that's fine. Effects interface, correct. It says any type within a kind method, returning a model counts as an effect. Nothing else. That's a contract, not a container. It says any type with a kind method, returning a model counts as an effect. It says any type with a kind method returning a model type is an effect. Got it. Your comment says it allows us to model type, which is slightly often worth correcting because it's a source of confusion. The interface doesn't parse anything. It's a label that lets one slice hold several different structs. Allows us to allows the model type effect interface allows one slice hold several different structs, model types. Okay. The parsing is a separate piece of that's fine. Base effect, correct. Shared fields embedded by each model. Note it deliberately has no kind method, so base effect itself is not an effect. Yeah. Condition effect, correct. With one exception, embed space adds its own field. Yeah. Func condition effect kind model, correct. And this is the line that makes condition effect satisfy effect. Not a declaration, an accident of having the right method. How is that an accident? I did that intentionally. Has the right method. That was any. Remember, any type bound to type, this function or this method, this kind method is bound to the type condition effect. That type now has a method that returns a model, which makes this condition effect an effect. I get that now, I think. The decoder is a machine that fills in the gaps, fills in fields. To fill in a field, it must know the type. Effect says a slice of things that have a kind method. That's a behavior, not a type. There's no such thing as an effect value at runtime. There are only damage effect values, condition effect values happen to qualify. So when the decoder arrives at the effects list, it has YAML on one side and a hole on the other, and no rule for choosing what goes. It can't proceed. You have to make that choice yourself by writing an unmarshal YAML method, that reads model and picks. And Go won't let you attach a method to an interface. Methods need a concrete type, hence the holder. It's a struct that exists solely so there's something to hang the method on. But the method is already there. Kind, model, return model, condition. You put type effect holder struct that holds effect. Why don't I just put effect inside condition effect? Why don't I just put effect? Will that work? That breaks in a way worth understanding because the same misconception one layer deeper. Embedding an interface embeds a nil slot, not an implementation. Condition effect embedding effect means it now has a field holding some other effect value. And since embedded interface methods are promoted, condition effect kind went forward to that nil field, the nil pointer panic, while simultaneously conflicting with the kind method you already wrote. Embedding is composition. I contain one of these. You want I am one of these. Which in Go is expressed by having the method, not by embedding. Condition effect already satisfies effect. That's the part that keeps not landing. The moment you wrote function kind model bound to condition effect, it qualified. Adding effect to the struct doesn't make it more satisfied. It's just a broken field. The holder isn't for the models. The holder exists for the slice one level up. Payload effects. Payload effects needs a concrete type so unmarshal has somewhere to live. So I have an interface. That doesn't make sense to me because it's the same damn thing as I have done below. So now we have oh. That's Oh. This brings me back to something else that I started trying to learn from, because I had been out of Visual Basic for like 8 years or 10 years at this time, when I started trying to learn to get back into Visual Basic 6. And I had much more historical precedence for it. It reminds me of Bodebot. So Bodebot's pretty interesting. This, oh, I don't have Visual Basic 5. There was Visual Basic 6, the same DLL. What the hell? Give me a second. I forgot about those. So the way this was, if I open this, I don't think I can open this in, oh, I have that on GitHub. That's right. I don't think I can open that in, I don't have Visual Basic installed, but what I do have is code sitting here, which is what I wanted to look at anyway when I'm explaining this. So that information reminds me of what was going on here with the stuff that Nick Felmley had done with some of this stuff, and I was trying to figure out how this actually worked. And there was I don't think it's in the bot object. I think it was in like the identity object, or maybe the DCC object, where it had something bag. This is where I learned how to do, like, this is literally how I started learning how to do windsock stuff. Ages and ages. Like, look at this, 1996. This is freaking 30 fucking years ago. Jesus H Christ. 30 years. So in like 2001 or 2002 is when I started taking a look at this stuff. So yeah, 25 years ago. Because I had been out of VB development for like 5 years at that time. And then every once in a while I'd go back to this and look at it again to see what was going on. And some of the stuff that this had going with it was something bag, like a bag of handles, and so it started me down this road of trying to figure out how things are going to work together. I'm always going to go back to Visual Basic as, and VB, like VB5 and VB6 as my base of learning, because this is where I started in Visual Basic. Again, I didn't do this. This was created by somebody else. And I started looking into it to see how this worked. And every time I want to know something or get an idea about something, this is where I go, because it's what started me off in learning more than just what I had learned in school for Visual Basic or what I learned on my own for Visual Basic. And so when I see, I don't like the word holder. It just feels weird. Effect bag it is a holding, like the bag of holding or whatever. But this makes sense now. Or a loader, not validator. So now we have the interface, we have the bag, We have the interface, we have the bag, we have the base effect, which all the actual effects are going to pull from. So we have condition effect, targeted slot effect, which is going to be a different model entirely. The targeted slot effect will have base effect, because that can also do some damage to those types. But that's going to be like target coefficient scales and scaling cell. But that's also going to have like displacement, maybe. No, we'll just add another model to it. If you do something that knocks like a piece of armor off, it'll have a displacement there. So we have that, and then we go into function, targeted slot effect, kind, model, return, targeted model, slot, targeted slot, and just model slot. Model. Do I want it to just be model slot, or okay, so model target slot. The model, I don't actually see the models anywhere. Damage, condition, resource. We're going on a trip. What do you mean? What do you mean, Kay? Baby, what do you mean you're going on a trip? What are you talking about? Oh my God. Don't go anywhere. What do you mean? Where you going? Resource. Oh. Why am I getting a phone call?
I'm going on a trip to a Dunkin's to get the 48-ounce Dunkin' bucket.
So if I decide to go on a trip to get food, you're going to pay for that for me?
You don't have money for that.
But you have money for a 48 ounce or 48 like pound or whatever the hell it is Dunkin' bucket?
And fucking skipping.
Fuck you.
It's the last two.
All right, well, have fun. You're welcome, baby. About what, a month ago? You didn't tell me about that. Hey, folks, there's going to be an ad coming in 2 minutes. I'm going to put the ad up now. Please take some time to hydrate. Take care of yourself. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. What's up? Ah. So we'll do target slot as one of the models. Let's get rid of the skill structure, which is, we're almost there. We're almost there. Almost. And then we get to learn how to do loading and validating and all that other nifty shit, which we're going to have to do for this. And then we get to see if all of our skills are coded correctly. Yay. Where are we? Ah, yes, model slot. I don't think we have anything else there. What we can do, and just bring these down here, just so that I can have them, so I can know what we're doing. The damage effect is okay. So we have model damage. We have model condition is done. We don't have resource. We have target slot. Now we have resource. I think I want damage effect to be like right up there at the very top. Base effect, damage effect. Condition effect. All right. Targeted resource effect. All right, so type, resource, effect, just dropped, base effect, because everything has the base effect. We also have, for the resources, go to the resource down here, resource modifier, right? Instead of resource modifier, we have resource. We have resource. It's not. Yeah, it's just resource as a resource effect. Modifies any registered rate or banned property. Base effect, resource, string, camel, resource, not our source, resource, property, string, camel, property. Operation. And this is either multiply or add. The reason being that you're either going to multiply the value or you're going to add the value. Multiplication implies division. Multiply by anything 1 or over 1, it adds to the value. Multiply it by less than 1, it divides it. So if you want, I want to multiply it, I want to divide it, I want the total to be 10% of. So you're going to multiply it by 0.1 or divide by 1.1, 1.9, 1.1. Hold on. 10 divided by 1.1. And divided by 1.1. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate the follow. Anyway, 10% is multiplied by 0.1. So everything's either multiplication or addition. Division and subtraction are just functions of that. I'm hoping that I don't have to change things later to deal with floating point issues. I shouldn't have to. I don't want everything to be like on a form of 10,000 or whatever. So like, yeah. So resource has a value and a duration. Resource has a value and a duration. Condition has a duration. Condition has a duration. Shit. Where's the duration? Where did I put it? Under condition effect. No. Okay. All right. So resource effects don't have a duration. They're instant. These are the instant parts. These are also the things that happen every X turns or whatever. If you have a character that has a flame shock on them, the resource effect, let's say the flame shock does mana burn, the resource effect will, every turn it'll burn, and that'll be a resource effect as opposed to a condition effect. The condition effect will apply a resource effect if it like burns mana and does damage or whatnot. So the condition stays on the target. The effect of that condition can be damage or whatnot. That's why this is in the resource part, because it can be an effect on the condition. It can also be an effect in and of itself, being that you can hit somebody with something and it does damage and mana burns them at the same time. So that resource ends up being, like, let's say it mana burns them for 5% of their mana or for 50 mana. That ends up being not damage itself. Even though I can put it into damage and have it affect a resource, it becomes a resource modifier so that I can separate the two very easily. And also, let's say that you have something in your inventory and I want to have a spell that requires you use something in your inventory as a regent. A resource effect is what that, it ends up being a cost, but it ends up being a require this, and then resource effect, when you cast it, it does it to yourself. There's a whole bunch of different shit for this. I don't think, so yeah, resources, mana, health, item, for resource costs. But let's say that you want to be able to break something in an enemy's inventory or something like that. Gives me the ability to do stuff like pull stuff out of inventory, make you drop things out of bags and whatnot. We'll see. Yeah. Okay, so resource effect. That's the base effect, resource property, operation, and value. I don't think it has anything else. The operation being multiplier add, the value being Huh. There's no duration on this. There's no duration on resource effects. There's an operation and a value, but no duration. Funk. Resource effect. Kind. Model. Turn. Model. Source. Resources done. Base effect. Now these might not actually have everything that base effect has. Base effect has a target, a coefficient, a scales, a scaling cell requires. This just has distance. Coefficient is there, but this has distance. For how far away it goes. It also has scaling and a coefficient. So the coefficient is like, you know, it's all based on how much power you put behind the spell, how strong your spell is. The coefficient for displace right now is 1.2, but when we get to that point, when we start actually tuning things, that value will be significantly lower because stats will be significantly higher. You'll have a stat of like 70 and, you know, I don't want it going 90 hexes away or some shit like that. It'll start with a base of 1 and, you know, with sufficiently high enough values, it'll go up to 2 or 3, but I don't think it'll go any higher than that. But that's literally all that displace effect is going to need. All right. same modifies. Type. I think mitigation is just going to be the coefficient. I think mitigation also has just base effect. Yeah. I don't think mitigation has anything else. Yeah. Okay. Mitigation could be damage, couldn't it? No. No. Yeah, it's fine. And then we have remove, which is basically purge. But it's remove effect. So it doesn't even need target's model. It's just because the model, the only thing it can remove are conditions. So we don't even need the target's model in here. Type. Base effect. But we also have count is an int. Newest, oldest, strongest, weakest, or targeted. And there we have it. That's everything. Think. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think. That takes care of all the models. Still have to do skill. Still have payload to finish. But I think that finishes payload. Now we have modifies arena, which is just a Boolean. and it's false on default, so we don't need that to be a dereference. Of course, found a bug. And then we have creates arena state, which is just a sequence of mappings. Which is literally just this. Hold on. Do I need that one now too? Just a sequence of mappings. Right? I should put that like way down here somewhere. So like similar to reaction window, I think is what it would be. Nope. No, that's a sequence of mappings. Sequence of a list of mapping. No, a list of a sequence of mappings. A list of a sequence of predicates. List. Yeah. Yeah. So all I have to do now is right. Right? So we have flag, lifetime turns, coefficient, scope, and uses. Or consumes. No. Because this is really what it is, right? But each one is going to be the actual state. I think I'm doing this right. This will tell me if this will tell all of us if I've actually learned. Coefficient is in there, but it doesn't have the other stuff. So All right, so that'll tell me if we're all set. Let's go ahead and just do this. Breakdown. Model slot undefined. Targeted slot effect kind returns model slot. The constant is model target slot. Constant is model target slot. What the hell did I do here? That's what I... Is that in here? What did I do in here? Did I change it to just slot? Damage condition resource slot. Damage condition displace a resource, displace mitigation and slot. And remove. We have those. Damage condition, resource, displace, mitigation, remove, and target slot. We'll keep it target slot. No, we'll keep it slot. We'll keep it target slot. It's easier to read. Target slot's easier to read. Target slot's easy to read. Model slot's undefined. Turns model slot. So model slot is... model target slot. Okay. Mitigation effect, typo in the receiver. Effect. Mitigation effect. Mitigation effect. Duplicate resource. You have type, resource struct, cost component, and resource effect, resource string. You have type, resource struct, a cost component, and resource effect dot resource string. Ooh. Where are you? Resource amount lethal minimum. Resource effect. So we have an effect on a resource and a cost. Resource cost. So we can do resource cost. We can change resources, resource cost. Okay. 3. Semicolons in scaling cell legal, but non-idiomatic. Go format will strip them. Semicolons in scaling cell. Where? What? Castable tag says castable. Castable. Castable tag says castable. It's castable. Where are you? Castable is in up here. Castable. Castable. Condition effect dot effect says effect must be effect bag. Oops. Okay. Main string and family string on skill. You declared the types, then didn't use them. Oh, where are you? Those are up here. Domain, domain, and family. Family. Predicate, minimum, maximum are int. Min 30 won't decode. These need percent or absolute. Oops. Predicate, minimum, maximum. Under predicate, predicate, predicate. Where are you? Minimum, maximum. Percent or absolute. It's just a helper. Percent or absolute. I need to figure out later if I'm going to need to reorganize these structs from memory. Things like predicate look like they're probably okay. I might want resource before condition. But percent or absolute being a struct that has an int, a float, and a bool in it. I don't know. We'll see. That's something for much, much later. Predicate resource string inconsistent with condition string right above it. Empty means absent for both. Drop the pointer. Predicate dot resource. Hello, Demon Wolf. How are you? Nice of you to stop by. Bubsy 4D. I like that. I like that icon. How you doing, my friend? Yep. I'm vibing too, but not vibe coding. I'm actually... I try really hard not to vibe code because I want to learn. That's a lot. I've burnt not nearly that much. I have burnt not nearly that much. 14%. I have no idea how many tokens that is, but I'm on pro. So like, and I've used $6.61 of my promotional credit for Fable, but that's on something else. That's got nothing to do with this. So yeah, pro plus 50% higher. So yeah, I'm at 14%. Yeah. I'm not using it to actually do the coding. I'm using it to teach me. And if I have questions, I try to use, like I have the pro version of Gemini for free. So I'm trying to do stuff like that. So, yeah, we don't need that. So yeah. I also use ChatGPT because that's free. 75%. Oh my God. When I get that close, I'm like, shit, I have to stop doing it. I don't want to get that close. I want to be able to do this myself. So, ergo the learning. All right. So predicate resources string. Wait, why do I have? Oh, Yeah, because default is, yeah. Why did I use resource there? Why did I have the predicate resource as a pointer? Or as a dereference, rather. Excuse me. Because I'm dumb. Because it doesn't require, because you might not need. Yeah, you might not need it. Okay. Yeah, I had the 10x plan for a little while. I paid $100 one month. And I was like, I'm not using enough of it. So partially because I don't want to vibe code. Like, notice I don't have any Claude code on here at all. Like, I don't want to vibe code. I don't want to have it touch any of my code. I don't want to lose my code because I typed the wrong prompt or something. And I want to be constantly directing it. I don't want it doing its own shit. I don't want it doing its own thing. I want to do it myself. And vibe coding kind of defeats the purpose of doing this to learn. So, I started vibe coding the React version of my website in an effort to learn it. And I did not learn anything. I don't know much JavaScript. I don't know React and all that, because I stopped doing HTML coding when JavaScript started getting big. And so I did it that way to start the thing. And it looks okay, but I don't know how to do it. I'm like, no. So when I start going back to my website stuff and doing things on there, I'm not going to be vibe coding that either. You know, you say serverless. I find that term very interesting. Serverless, meaning that you can jump from one server to another and have it run the same thing or something like that. It's like everything has to run on a server-ish anyway. It serves things. That's the whole. The word, the meaning is in the word. I'm not opposed to doing stuff like that. I just find it funny. All right, so resources there. I don't need that to be a pointer or a dereference, so we're fine there. What's D1? So all I do, I don't use. So all of my database stuff, all of the code that I'm doing, everything that I'm doing right now is just gonna be hosted like locally. Oh, it's Cloudflare's database. Okay. And so as I'm developing this, like maybe at some point later, I'll end up having I'll have to do something on like Amazon S3 or something. I doubt it. I'll probably stick with Linode and doing it all myself instead of having everything else. I don't know. I don't anticipate that if I get the MMO actually done and launched, I don't anticipate it's going to have, tens of thousands of users. So I don't think I'm going to have to distribute as big as that style distribution. Also, did it really? I've been using Linode for 15 years. I've been concerned about the buyout. Akamai, when they sold to Akamai, I was, like right now, my actual server instance, what I'm coding this on, because I'm actually on my machine, I'm doing this on my Linode, is a G7, and it's like $350 a month. But I'm also running a whole bunch of other stuff on there too. Yeah, they're pushing toward Akamai Cloud. I still have my own hardware. If they start telling me I can't use my own hardware, I'll go somewhere else. But right now, I still have my own virtual hardware, but it's like the G7 is like I have a 32 gig 16 CPU virtual process. So I mean, if it really gets down to it, I'll buy my own freaking stuff and host it on like my own network. But I worked up DevBox for Hetzner. Yeah. Arena state scope is target area. The key is scope. Target area is one of its values. Arena state dot scope tag target area. Arena state dot scope is target area. The key is scope. Oh, geez, silly me. Oops. Oh yeah, that is good. Yep. So the G7 I have is dedicated. It's not the entire CPU is dedicated because if I remember right, give me 1 second, I'll find out. I'll find out real quick. Have to get to the where are you? Where are you? Where did I put you? There you are. So the machine that I'm on is an Epic 7713 64 core, and I'm using 16 cores. So I'm using a quarter of the CPU is mine, straight up. 16 cores, not 16 threads, 16 cores. I think one would think that the cores are the threads because the 64 core is actually 64 threads. But yeah, that's what I'm using on Linode is the Epic 7713 with 64 gigs of RAM and 32 gigs of RAM and 16 cores of that. And like right now, according to my Webman process, I'm using 45% of the memory and 19% of the CPUs. But that 19% is it's like 6 CPUs general are just gone. But that's because I'm hosting like 4 different freaking game servers on there for like I have a PalWorld server, a Satisfactory server, another PalWorld server, and an Enshrouded server are being run on there, as well as a whole bunch of other shit, including the code that I'm doing. And any testing that I do with that code is going to be in here. I'll eventually have to do Docker. I don't know Docker well enough to do it, but oh yeah, I'm definitely getting use out of it. I might be spending too much for it right now because I'm only using 20 to 30%. Yeah, when I get to starting to do the Docker thing for the actual implementation of the MMO, when I start getting close to like alpha state, okay, this is what we're doing, or pre-alpha state, then I'll consider compartmentalizing it and throwing it into a Docker container so that I can swap it around and make sure that it works on different hardware. And basically just have the SQL server and the like all the stuff just running in its own little compartment so it doesn't fuck me up, because I don't want that. But again, I've been out of IT for 25 years. I worked in IT 25, 30 years ago. And so like 90% of the stuff I'm learning right now, I would have learned if I had stayed in IT, but not all of it. Like I probably know Docker a little bit because I was more on the programmatic side of IT than I was systems, but most of my work was systems administration. So I did scripting and whatnot, but I did a lot of domain administration and the like, but I didn't do like hardware or package installs and whatnot. So you're a Mac OS user. I have a Mac downstairs. I have a G3. What is it? What's the Mac I have? I have one downstairs. So I have a lot of back-end knowledge. I used to run my own Exchange server. I used to run my own IIS server. But I also have scripting knowledge from back in that time period too. I ran my own Heroes of Might and Magic tournament that ran on a website that was coded in Perl. And I did all the Perl coding myself. I had 2 of those. So it was a long time ago and I stopped. The ROG allies are good. I was. Every so often, I try to run every so often I try to run a dual boot or the like, and because I have games I have to play, right? I prefer Linux for my server. I prefer Linux for anything that I create. But for Windows, for streaming, I can't multi-stream the way I want. Like OBS doesn't work the way I want it to work on Linux. I tried a Voxbox and I couldn't get the hardware to work with the software to stream. So I have to use Windows there because it's fucking NVIDIA. But I'm hardcore knowing Windows, but I started learning Linux back in the 90s, 97, 98, 97 with OpenSUSE, which is now like Tumbleweed or something like that. And I've swapped from SUSE to Ubuntu. I prefer Ubuntu over most of the others. I've tried Arch Linux. I've tried a couple. I've tried Kali. I don't like them. But I have to stick every time I try to swap. I've tried Pop OS. I liked it, but I couldn't make it work with the gaming. And now, because of all the other stuff that I'm starting to do, like I could. Do I want to take time? I'm 51 actually. I'm learning Go, I'm learning Godot. Do I really want to get back into learning how to manage a Linux machine? Not really. I have a Mac OS downstairs. I bought it specifically so I could start learning that for other stuff. Just doesn't help. I mean, Mac OS is good because you can learn Linux and know basically how to use the Mac OS, but I'm not there yet. I want to learn all this, and I have this much time. Skills missing, creates arena state. The type exists, nothing holds it. Yeah, I told you skill was undone. I told you I wasn't done with skill, you dummy. Semicolons in scaling cell. Semicolons in scaling cell. What are you talking about? Semicolons in scaling cell. Oh. Look at that. I'm doing that because of freaking like Perl or PHP or something. Dummy. I'm silly. Mac Minis is amazing. Home Lab 2 and M2. I have an M2 downstairs. What? There's an ad coming in about 2 minutes. But like, I'm hardcore Microsoft. I don't like being hardcore Microsoft, but I am. Apple iMac 17-inch. Uh, 2021. Yeah, I think it might be an M1. That might be an M1. That's what I have. It might be the M1. It could be an M2. I don't remember. I think it's an M1. It might be an M2. It wasn't a mini. No, it might be an M3 chip. 2023? Yep. It's either an M1 or an M3. I don't remember which year I bought it. Anyway, ad is coming in 20 seconds. Take some time, grab a drink, go hydrate, and take care of yourself. We'll be back in 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Okay. All right. Arena state tag target area. Yeah, that's all set. Skill is missing. Skill is missing. Creates arena state. Arena state. So skill is missing. Creates arena state. Arena state. But I have the arena state correct. I have the arena state correct. Excellent. Modifies arena. Okay, so that should be everything. That should be everything. Base effect scaling cell is singular. Skill scaling cell is scaling cell. Skill scaling cell. Both should be the slice. Base effect scaling cell. Is it really? Is it? Oh yes, because we can scale off of multiple cells. That's right. That's right. Okay. Combo skill outcomes skill contradicts the split we agreed on. Should be outcome ref. A slug reference. With bodies living in data skills. I did say skill isn't done. Combo skill naming is a recipe and calling it a skill involves Combo skill is the skill. Recipe is a recipe. Family trait replaced by ability trait. Confirm against the footprint which lists ability. If the taxonomy changed, footprint needs updating. Model resource versus resource modifier. Okay. All right. No compile time interface assertions. Add var underscore effect equals damage effect. What? Per model. What do you mean per model? I don't understand that. Missing the heal model unless damage with negative coefficient is the intent. No, heal. The heal model is not heal. It's a resource. I mean, yeah, it's a resource. Wait. No, it'll be damage. So damage and heal will be exactly the same. Damage and heal will be exactly the same. Different models. So we'll just add another. We'll add another one in here. Damage effect. Oopsies. And then type, heal, effect, struct, base effect, and then that's the end of that. Func, heal, effect, kind, model, return, model, heal. Go up here, model damage, model heal. Model heal. So we have that. That's all set. I'm confused about two things. This yeah, they're pretty decent. This is the house version from Streambeats. Remove effect is missing target's model. Remove effect is missing target's model. No, it's not. Model resource versus resource modifier. Your constant is resource. The first says resource modifier. One of them has to change. Family trait replaced ability / trait. Confirm against the footprint, which lists ability. Family, spell, trait, skill, talent, basic. Combo skill naming. It's funny. The bouncing cat on my screen is actually going with the music. It's not like off. It's like it's so good. It's so good. outcomes string. Jesus H. And you're vibe coding, right? Yeah. I don't have the money. 700 million tokens is what? If you're just using the base, 700 million tokens is like, what is it? What is it? Like $2 for every 10 in, and $10 for every, or $2 for every 50 in, and $10 for every 10 million out, or some shit like that. That's a lot of money. 5H, Jesus H Christ. I watched somebody vibe coding on stream yesterday for like 15 minutes. And while I understood what was going on, what he was doing, I was just like, I could not do this because I don't know enough about the I don't know enough about the code that it would be doing to be able to efficiently bug test it. So for all intents and purposes, I can't vibe code because I don't know enough to be able to debug the code that the AI would create. I could probably vibe code with Visual Basic, and I don't mean .NET, I mean like .6, Visual Basic 6, right? And maybe lower end PHP, because I can do PHP, but I would get a little lost in some of the higher level functionality. Like I couldn't create WordPress on my own, and if I did, it would be incessantly slower. But I could code and learn with it, but that prevents the whole vibe coding thing. Struct that can grow. Mappings. So per recipe outcome data has somewhere to land later. That needs a one field struct, whatever it's called. Wait. Outcome ref was a bad name. Outcome ref was a bad name for the real thing. The recipes outcomes list is a list of skills. All skills, outcomes or not, live in data skills. The thing is, if I used it on my code base, I'd get a better idea of what my code base is. All of the code that I've created for this code base is literally in this file. This is the entire code base right now. That's it. Everything else, well, that plus the definitions, the YAML and whatnot, but the YAML isn't really code. The only code that's been created so far for everything on this is literally just the types file, and all it is types. There's no actual code for the game yet. Like, I have done nothing but learn how to create types to interface with the YAML files for the configs, and learn how to do the YAML configs. Like, remember, I'm learning this and I'm creating this from scratch. I thought maybe I can go and start using like Spacetime DB, at which point I'd have to learn Rust, but I would have an entire game that I could start learning that with. That game being Bitcraft, because Bitcraft is created by the same company that made the Spacetime DB in the first place, and all of their stuff is all of their server side stuff is on GitHub for you to read and whatnot. There's another game that is developed in Go, and it's an MMO, but it's old, and I could use that code that's available what is that one? I forget the name of that one. But he has like an ECS available, which I'm going to be using later. Not his ECS. I'm probably going to make my own, but like I could do that. The problem with doing that kind of stuff is I need to learn by doing. And even though I'm reinventing the wheel, I'm still learning how the wheel works by reinventing it. And maybe I invent it better or maybe I invent it worse. But that's how I learn. And then maybe I can start pulling other stuff in. But for now, no, you don't need Rust for Spacetime. Spacetime, you can use C#. I think you can use JavaScript or TypeScript with it too. I think that's the one you can use TypeScript with. And if I just, so it's a real thought, to be clear, it's a real thought that I go to Spacetime and allow me to, which would allow me to use C# instead. And then if I do that, I use Spacetime, I learn Spacetime, but I can use C# for the way that Spacetime works. And I continue using C# with Godot so that I remove I remove both the requirement to build out the actual server. Now I'm using Spacetime as the server and I just start learning how to use Spacetime and how to do I forget what they're called, but like I use the C# modules to work with Spacetime, which removes the requirement to learn Go and a whole bunch of other stuff to interface Go and Godot. So there's a real thought there, but I really want to learn Go. And while there are like community created modules so that you can use Spacetime DB with Go, if I were to swap to Spacetime DB, I'd want to either learn Rust instead or swap to just learning C# and do both in C#. So I'm but it's not like, no, I'm not doing it. It's like there is a thought there that I might end up going that route later. It just depends on how I feel when I start doing some of the C# stuff in Godot, how that relates to the stuff I've already done with my scripting in StreamerBot, and whether or not I want to forego using my own custom developed server and go with one that's already out there, like Nakama or Spacetime DB. It'd probably be Spacetime DB if I went that route. I don't know. The fact that Spacetime DB has a community derived or community provided and managed Go implementation doesn't cause me to want to go that route any more or less than if they didn't. Because again, if I do go that route, I'll probably swap to either C# or Rust instead. But for now, it's Go. This is one of those things where you don't design the game around the engine, you design the engine around the game, right? Oh, did you? Yeah. Just the thought of Spacetime makes me feel like it's just strange when you don't know enough about it and you just sit down to think. The server is the database. It's just weird. It's just weird to me. You make all your calls in the database tables directly. You're like, wait, what? But it uses, but it's ACID compliant. So it's like, like, do I really want to just do my own thing, or do I've been researching. I don't remember what the Spacetime specific like module stuff is called, but I've been doing some minor research. I did also play Bitcraft Online. I think I own it. I think you had to buy it. And so I did play Bitcraft Online a bit. I might. I don't know yet. I'm wondering why the skills for outcomes. don't work. Oh, it's like a Redis. Okay. It can't be skill because the bodies live in data skills as separate files. It's where all the skills live. Every skill or every ability is here, whether it's a combo, castable false, or not. They all live in the same spot. The recipes live in a different spot. This is telling me that I can't use skill here because it's in a different directory? That doesn't make sense to me. So, because skill says a recipe file contains the skill bodies. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. The recipe body doesn't contain the recipe doesn't contain the bodies. It contains the ID. If the field is skill, the decoder tries to fill every field of a skill from ID Firestorm. It gets an ID, nothing else. You'd have a slice of near empty structs with one populated field, which would then have to be discarded. String says exactly what there is. IDs. So it has to be a string, not a skill. Okay. And that type, the freeze pass resolves them to a slice of pointers to skill on the frozen registry, and that type is skill correctly because in the bodies actually exist. That's the general shape. The parse type mirrors the file. The frozen types mirror what the resolver needs. They're allowed to differ. The only way the skill becomes right is if you go back to the bodies in line and recipes, and I don't. One consequence of the rename with if skill becomes an ability, then data skills should probably become data's abilities. It is data abilities. I literally just said that. I literally just said. The schema's family skill shares a word with nothing for now because later it's going to be a skill. God damn it. Okay. If skill becomes ability, which it is going to do, outcomes is not going to be that. So skill is going to be ability just for an ability. And ability is a talent, skill, spell, trait, passive, or other such. Passive. Actually, those can be passive or not. This becomes ability. Ability. And this becomes, where are you? You're up. This becomes string. Sorry. It turned down because I didn't turn it down. It went down because the song on Stream Beats is down. Like, I didn't turn it down. Why are you still up here? There you go. Why in the hell is that turned down so far? Yeah, it was. I don't know why. I don't know why. But thank you for saying something. I fixed it. I'm sorry for like blaring people's ears out. No, that could have been a Windows thing. It could also have been a Rodecaster thing because my Rodecaster has like issues. I might. What? God, it's freaking 4 o'clock in the morning for her, and before she's asleep. Baby, are you still here? She's probably asleep. Oh my God, you're still awake at 4 in the morning? You know finance is better than I do. Do I have money enough to go down to like the store and grab a couple of candy bars? But I do have enough. All right. All right. You sent me a pic. Yeah, you fucker. Fuck it. So I'm talking to my wife right now. It's my wife. No, she doesn't control my spending. We talk to each other about what we spend to make sure that like we don't, like if I forgot about a bill, I'm verifying with her that I have the money after we pay all our bills to actually spend that money. Same thing with her. If she asked me, hey, I'm gonna go do this, I was like, hey, you're gonna do it for me? She's like, no, we don't have the money. That means that the money that she spent on Dunkin' Donuts is coming from my daughter, who she's visiting right now, all the way across the country. All right. So if I want to go and grab something from the store, I can. They're closed right now because they close for half an hour at 1 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. How much gas? 20 bucks? Okay. All right. When I go down there, I'll grab gas. All right. I love you. All right. Bye, baby. Yeah. Yes. LGBT. I've been out as trans since 1996. Wait. Automod doesn't want you to show your pride? Wait, what? Wow. Allow. There you go. I don't know why it did. I don't know why it did that. That's weird. But with that said, my pronouns are anything you want to use for me except dehumanizing pronouns. So you can call me he, she, they. I don't generally care. I go by Jen, but most people nowadays call me JJ because my grandkids decided to nickname me JJ, and I like that better than just saying, "Hey, call me Jen," and people getting JJ's really easy. Or you can just call me Kat because that's been my online name since I started streaming in 2009. Jay, I'm actually learning Go while creating an MMO, or trying to create an MMO. Yes, I know somebody who says anything including it, and for me, as somebody who went through all of that in the 90s, I don't want to like have that happen again. You're seeing my progress, Jay. I'm learning Go while I'm doing this, and I came into Go with almost no experience with it and very little experience that I could translate over to it. So there's no actual program yet. I'm doing the type file for the config loader and validator. And so this is all there is just a type file. This is what I have for the actual parser. There's nothing here. I'm making my own game in Go. I'm making an MMO based on a story that I've been working on for years and years and years. Both of these two Scrivener projects are stories that I either started writing way back in the day, or that I continued writing more recently, but still like 3 years ago. So yeah, this is a novel in progress. There's about 200 pages here in this novel, and it has less background work than this novel does, which is less in page count, but a lot more in background. I have more background here than anything else, and a lot of this stuff is not going to be part of the game, but a lot of this stuff like the Thrani, not part of the game, the Birth of Chaos, not part of the game, the Light Within, not part of the game, but a lot of stuff that's in here will be part of the game. So why not using some game engine? Because I want to learn Go. I'm using Godot. I'm using Godot for the client. The client is going to be done in Godot, and not GD script, but C#. But I need to have something to work with in order for that to work. So some other stuff that I have, this is from older versions of what I was starting to try to do. All of this was vibe code. Almost all of this was vibe coded. Let me. Sorry about that, Demon. Sorry about that. Second. Yeah, I don't know why. I tried to make it work. That's what Demon posted. I've tried to make it work so that it doesn't time people out, and fucking Automod just keeps timing people out. And I don't know why it does. No, that's StreamerBot. Why did StreamerBot do that? StreamerBot shouldn't have done that. So it's not done on this StreamerBot. Why do I keep getting disconnects? Connect. So maybe it's StreamerBot over here. Okay. StreamerBot on the streaming machine. Action history. So why did it stop it? About that. So why did this? I'll figure that out later. I'll figure the StreamBot stuff out later. For now, just don't post links so that you don't inadvertently get timed out. Yeah, I don't know why it does it. I'll figure it out. Maybe, hold on, let's see. Okay. All right, so it is something that I have in my commands on StreamerBot. I'll fix that later. Oh, what did I just miss? Oh, thank you, Demon Wolf. I appreciate that. So what I have before, most of this is all vibe coded, which is why I'm not using it. But some of the stuff that I did allows me to show things like being able to show the overall design of the basic build error. What the fuck do you mean? What the hell? Of the basic stuff that I'm doing. Why is there a build error in my old shit? What's going on? all I tried to do was show the scene. What the hell? SDK not found? The fuck are you talking about? What happened? What the hell? What the shit? This was working. I've done nothing to the machine. This was working yesterday. Well, I guess I can't show that. What I can show is this. This is what that would have shown just without all the extra shit. So yeah, this is the basis for the entire game, is just these interactions between each different aspect. So the game world is one of 5 different ways of looking at existence, and each one can interact with every other one in different ways. The 2 that are on these, the connecting lines on the outside of the pentagon, I call them lins. Those are in conflict. They pull from each other. It's like a tug of war. Whereas these 2 that are opposed like this, I call that a phase. And that's actually a beneficial relationship. That's the basics of it. But there's a lot. There's a lot that I'm still developing. So I'm going to figure that out later. Boop. And reopen my, or reset my Visual Studio Code here. Oh no, you weren't supposed to see that. Demon Wolf, thank you for being here. I appreciate the fact that you stopped in. You have yourself a great night. During the next ad that comes up, which is in about 12 minutes, I'm going to be going to the store, and that's 5 minutes down the road. The ad takes 2.5 minutes. So I'll be AFK for about 10, maybe 15 minutes during that ad. So hopefully I don't lose all of y'all, because I will be back, but I will be gone for a little bit. I need something to eat. I haven't eaten yet, so, and I've been up for like 6 hours, so I need something to eat. So, and I don't usually touch my mouth. I have a freaking cold sore. Stupid shit. Sucks. All right, so where was I? I renamed skill to ability. Skill says the recipe file contains the skill bodies, and it doesn't, their IDs. So we go into here, outcomes becomes a string. But resolution happens at freeze. Or outcome ref ends up being, maybe I do something like skill ID, but that doesn't make sense. So what the recipe holds is a reference, a slug that resolved to a skill at freeze time. Outcome ref was me naming the reference. It's just the thing ref. All right, so outcome string honest YAML holds that. A struct that can grow. Earlier we agreed on mapping, so per recipe outcome data has somewhere to land later. Then needs a one field struct, whatever it's called, for the ID. Combo ability. Combo ability. Let's find combo. type combo outcome. Right? A simple one. If nothing per recipe is coming. Nothing per recipe is coming. So we just do this. Which winds up being so there. Okay. So, type combo skill is your name for the recipe struct, which collides with your own definition. A combo skill is a castable false skill, not a recipe. So we can just do recipe. So it would be recipe.recipe, which is weird looking. No, I'm actually, I'm talking myself into being recipe. Recipe.discoverable, yes. Even though the skill itself is discoverable, not the recipe. Ingredients, recipe.ingredients, recipe.outcomes. Yeah, recipe seems better. So, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I think we're good. Model slot, model target slot, migration effect typo. Got it, got it. I think I did all that. Let's verify. Validate. Verifying that the types file is done. I probably missed something. All right, so 8 model types, none asserted. I don't know what asserting that means. What types need unmarshal YAML, effect bag, scaling cell, percent or absolute. Until those exist, decoding fails or produces zeros expected at the stage of ingredient.consume bool. If absent means don't consume, Boolean is right and this is fine. Absent means don't consume. Enum types declared but unused at several sites. Ingredient.school, aspect are string. Resource cost.resource, resource effect.resource, predicate.resource are string. Open sets stay strings, but school and aspect are closed. Those two fields on ingredient should be typed. On ingredient should be typed. What did I miss there? Ingredient. Ingredient.school, ingredient.aspect are string. Because they're coming. Oh. Resource cost.resource. Resource effect.resource. Predicate.resource. A string. But resource is not typed, right? But resource could be typed. Cool, health, mana, energy, fury, reserve, offense, etc. We don't know what they are yet. But we could type that. So... all right, so I think those are staying the way they are for now. Predicate mixes two variants, condition versus resource band in one fat struct. Wait, what? There should be no variant anywhere in predicate. Condition versus resource band? How are those? They're strings. What the hell are you talking about? All right. All right, I'll be back. guys get to see what I listen to when my phone connected to my car. Silly, silly me. Yay. I'm obviously not getting food anymore. Back. Hope I didn't lose y'all. All right. Cheese puffs, which I haven't had in a while. Fun stuff. I guess maybe you could say this isn't food, it's junk, but it's what I wanted. All right. Synthwave. All right, where were we? Okay. I was gone for 15 minutes. All right. So, string of outcomes. Resource displacement mitigation and removal. Mitigation and removal. Okay. So there are those assertions. And it makes sense. I understand that. Now that I understand this and this. Okay. So reaction window. Okay. ID name description. All right. All right. think the types.go file is finally done. I think. Oh. Oops. There we go. Is immediately below the model declarations. I did not know that. All right. So there. All right. Types.go is done. Lesson 1 is finally complete, and it was a bulk of the schema thinking. Yay! I don't know what that means. Why are you giving me the code? Okay. Okay. So use pointer receivers on marshallers always. Huh. 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 Yeah. So we're now out of the types.go file. Two conventions in play. Go's default is to keep a type's methods next to its declaration, which argues for types.go, but your types.go is currently a clean schema mirror, all shape, no logic. And unmarshallers are real code with error handling and parsing. Mixing them dilutes that. Put them in unmarshall.go. So this should stay in the descriptor folder, right? Or should it? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right. I understand that. Right. Okay. Back to this. All right, let's get the unmarshalling. So this is assigning the variable p to percent or absolute to the result of percent or absolute, and then binding that to unmarshal YAML, the value of the pointer, the variable value as the pointer of yaml.node, and then if there's a problem, we error. So the problem right now is, where do I get unmarshal YAML? I think that is actually here. I think that's actually there. And so unmarshal, if I do this, no, I need, hold on. I need, what is YAML? YAML. I need to define that. I need to define that. So what is YAML? And how do I get YAML.node? Evidently the AI forgets that I said, I'm new to this. I need to understand what all this is. You implement one method with a fixed signature. The decoder checks whether the target type has it, and if so, hands over the node and steps back entirely. Okay. You import when filling a struct, it checks each field's type for unmarshal YAML. So I don't even need anything here. So basically, this is an interface, or rather, this is using an interface to bind the ability to this struct, which is why percent or absolute, this technically could go here. Technically. All right, add in 2.5 minutes, add for 2.5 minutes. We will be right back. Okay. I'm eating some chips and having some drink. Which is kind of why I muted it. But I think I'm done with those now, for the most part. So content 0 is a key, content 1 is a value, content 2 is a key, content 3 is a value. Okay, I get that. For mapping nodes. So for this, all of these are scalars. Right? They're all scalars. But I don't have kind. And now I know why kind is there because of YAML. And where is kind? Yes. Is it also just there because YAML? Or do I have to declare it? Oh, okay. Value for text, a value for scalars, content for, okay. All right, so if kind equals value dot scalar, is that, it's in the value dot value field. Oh, value dot value. So it would be no. Hold on. Value is the YAML is already there. So if kind is YAML dot scalar node dot, but that why is how do I go to show me YAML based completion or IntelliSense? YAML extension? YAML extension? YAML by Red Hat. Install. Trust. So now I might actually get... So that's now installed. YAML dot. Okay, so it's still not doing anything for me. Why? Why is that not doing anything for me? Why? First, generate your schema. No, I just want IntelliSense from for YAML itself. Fuck. I just want to see YAML dot schema node and the like. Autocomplete in code. No. It's scalar node. JetBrains has go. Wait, JetBrains has go? JetBrains, where are you? JetBrains has go? Oh! Did I use GoLand? Free trial? The fuck you talking about free trial? The fuck you talking about? Am I not logged in? I'm logged in. Wait, what the hell? All right, hold on. Why is this like that? I should have a freaking trial to, not a trial, a fucking subscription to it. Log in. GoLand has successfully been added. License restriction, evaluation purposes only. Oh, it expired. Renew. I didn't even realize it expired. I didn't even know that my subscription expired. 'Cause I'm a dummy. Yes, I'm a dummy. I'm such a dummy. I can be such a dummy. 051 779 051 779. Verify. Verify me. Check my email at my job. There it is. And boop. Yep. Boop. Through August 2027. Yay. All set. That should fix that. That should actually fix this. And that's so slow. That's so slow. Open GoLand again. And now it should be licensed. Should be. Help. Register. There we go. Activate. I don't care about the license ID being there because... all right. So if I decide to use GoLand, I have it till 2027 right now. As long as I keep working at my school, I can keep renewing it. I think. It doesn't say that I'm restricted. And I do work at a school. Not a teacher, I'm a teacher adjacent. All right. So. Well, that doesn't work either. All I have to say now is WTF, mate. Whatever. If it's a scalar node, then how do we trim? How to trim white space. Go. Really? Does that mean Stars Reach is actually coming out now? take a look. Coming soon to early access. So I tried playing this and the intro just felt like crap. It just did not actually feel good at all. I have an account alert. Yeah, it's been revoked. Yeah, whatever. It wasn't a good game. All right. So strings.trim space. How do really? What about trimming in the middle? I want to trim something in the middle. Strings.replace all. So I have to use strings. I have to use strings. Why? What are they called again? Runes. Adding in my imports for has suffix. I don't have a has suffix. Strings.has suffix is a standard library function, not something you have. I mentioned it earlier as a way to detect the trailing percent when you write the method. Same for strings.trim space. So when you write unmarshal in unmarshal.go, that file will import strings, string convert, format, and the YAML package. So it does need to, unmarshal does need to grab YAML. Okay. I thought it did. I didn't know for sure. Okay. So we don't need OS right now, but we do need strings, and we also need convert. Is it string convert, strings, format, and the YAML package? Okay, so there's our import. So, custom unmarshalling function. Okay. For percent or absolute values, resource values. And instead of values, it's just values. So if kind is the scalar node, if the kind is a scalar node, then we want to get all right, so strings.trim. Is it just trim? What is it? Is it? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Go strings trim. trim space. Trim left, trim right, trim prefix, trim suffix. I want to trim all the strings. Trim space. It's just trim space. Okay. Is it? It's trim space with a capital. Trim space. Is it value? Is that what's in here? Kind equals. Sorry. Value holds the text. Value. Value dot value. So, do I need to apply it? Format sprintf. So, I want to add it to it so we have equals okay. Wait a minute. Trim a specific set of characters, a cut set. So I can literally just trim a space. So instead of trim space, I can literally just do this. And that'll trim all the spaces from it. So now I have either 30%. This becomes 30%. And now we just snip the last part off. So how do we snip the last part off? We also use strings, right? Oh no, we can check the suffix. So in here, trim suffix, trim the exact trailing string. How do I just check the suffix? How do I just... actually, let's just do go trim, or go strings. Strings, the strings package. Has suffix. Has suffix. Has suffix report whether the string ends in a suffix. True, false. If. All right. So now past val. Past val has no spaces in it. So that's fine. Past val, if, so wait a minute. This is wrong, right? In Go, conditionals. So can I use parens in Go conditionals? You cannot wrap the entire condition of a Go if statement in parentheses like you do in C. It's a compilation error if you use Go short variable declaration syntax, and Go format will automatically remove them anyway for simple stuff. This is valid for idiomatic and complex logic. If is admin and has token or is system account, that's fine. But this is not, that's not what I'm looking at. Discouraged, Go format will remove it. Idiomatic is like that. Strictly mandatory for the, all right, so the reason you don't have to do this is of this, because of this right here. Okay, so now past val is strings trim value. Is that a, does that actually, let me go back to trim value. Trim space. Trim returns a slice of the string with all leading and trailing Unicode code points contained and cut set removed. Returns hello gophers. Okay, so this does work. Past val is now this. It's now 30%, regardless of how many spaces are there. It's now 30%. All right, and now if the right side if has suffix if strings has suffix past val comma percent, then is percent is true. Otherwise is percent is false. Past val equals strings dot trim past val comma percent. And now with all that done, now we check to validate this is actually a number and not like the benefit of doing something like this right here is like it could be this, and now by doing this, if it has that suffix, it removes them all from there. So how do I validate that it's just a number in the first place? Right? But doing it like this means that we can just remove all the percent signs no matter what. Just get rid of all the percent signs. Right? So now we need to check to make sure it's actually a number. Because all the percent signs are gone. We should either have a is percent is validated. Okay. Is percent is false. We don't have anything else that we need. It's a scalar. Percent or absolute is percent is false. Baby! I have ads in 5 minutes. What's up? You want me to call you? You want me to jump in Discord? What's going on? What's up? You can't sleep. 3 in the morning, baby. Well, 6 in the morning for you. I guess you're not going to sleep now. Sorry. What do you want me to do? What would you like me to do about it, baby? You can't do what I do, which is just eat. There were too many people that scared me there, so I didn't get gas. I'll let you listen. You want to just listen to me? Would you like me to start telling you stories? I can turn the volume of this down. And I could just start telling you stories. And maybe those stories would let you work. Are you just not listening? She's just not listening on the phone. What's up?
Pump the card in and you do it all by yourself. You don't even have to talk
No.
to me.
There were people hanging out outside. There were like four guys there outside. There were like 3 guys inside that the person had to yell at because they started lighting, like flicking lighters on inside the store. Yeah. Yep. So I said, nope, I'm going home. Yeah, I'll do it later. All right. So what do you want to listen to? So just put me on your phone.
Yeah.
I started talking to you, and then you called me. Well, if I converse with you, I stop coding. Okie dokie. There's an ad coming in 3 minutes, so I'm going to be going to the bathroom for that. Okay?
Yep.
All right, I love you.
Love you.
Bye, baby. So, I'll just say, when she left, when I started streaming, I was like, she called once, we talked. And I said, we're gonna talk like 4 more times today. She's called me twice, I've called her once. We have such a good relationship. I love my wife. I love her so much. The hell? Oh. All right, there's an ad coming in just over 2 minutes. I'm gonna press the button the second before it says ad in 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2.5. I have to go to the bathroom now, so we're gonna do that now. And I'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Did I do it in time? Did I? I did. I just got in a rip-roaring fight with my girlfriend. I had to kick her out because my wife was on the phone. Snicker, snicker. Obviously a joke. I don't have any girlfriends. All right, back to this. So set is % equal to false, which is what we're going to be testing here. It's basically what we're testing for anyway. That's why we're in here. We grab the scalar node info. If it is a scalar node, then we grab the if it's a scalar node, we grab the past value being the value. So we grab the value, trim the string, trim all space out of it, set the result to past val. And then we check to see if that string has a suffix. If the past value has a suffix, then we remove the suffix and set is % to true. If it doesn't, then we set is % to false. So now we have a string that either has a value in it, which could be any kind of string, sans any spaces, and sans any %, unless the % is not in the at the end. So actually what we can do, no, we'll leave that like that. So now, how do we check to see if the resulting value from all of that is just a number? Okay, starting this, I have to validate so I am just going this route. Trim all the spaces, check the suffix, set is %, then check that the result and remove it if %, set is %, then check that the resulting string is a number or not, is an integer. I think the cap is just using a constant. Parse float returns a value and an error. Non-nil means the error it wasn't a number. There's no separate is this numeric step. You attempt the conversion and handle the failure. Parse don't validate. Is this a number? All right, so just validate numeric. If string convert dot parse float past val, comma, what's 64? Is it just like a float 64? Is that what it is? No, there's no range check. I just wanted to know how it is. What's A to I? Any to int? Is that what A to I is? Any to int? No. You only write validation for cases where the parse would succeed on something you consider wrong. Not where it would be wrong on something you consider correct. Like, that doesn't make sense. Excuse me. Ugh. So bit size int. A to y is equivalent to parse int s10 0. So string to int and I to a, or is it IO to a? No, it's I to a. Int to string. Okay. Why am I tired? I've only been on here for 6.5 hours. I slept for so. Why am I tired? Why am I tired? Shit. All right. So, parse float converts a string s to a floating point number with the precision specified by bit size. Pancakes! When bit size is 32, results still as type float 30. Without changing. Parse float accepts decimal. The errors that parse float returns have concrete type, num error, and include error num equals s. S is not syntactically well formed. Parser in. Okay. Oh, the error. Oh, geez. Okay. If s, comma, error, walrus, error equals nil. If error is nil, then we have. If error is not equal to nil, we throw it. We return error. Is that it? Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's it. Say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. Go specific errors. Go's booleans are lowercase. Okay. Go's booleans are lowercase. Got it. Got it. All right. Strings.trim is strings.trim. Capitalization matters. But it said it was strings.trim with the capital T, did it not? Oh. Okay. Oh, Go is case sensitive about visibility. So if it's a capital, it exports. If it's not a capital, if it's a capital, it exports. If it's not a capital, it doesn't export. Oh shit. I'll have to remember that. If kind equals if value dot kind equals the YAML scalar node, is percent declares a local, not the field. You're creating a variable that vanishes when the function returns. You want p dot is percent, the receiver's field. P dot P dot. That's not it. I forgot to actually return the stuff. Else P dot wait a minute. If it's not nil, then we return error. Otherwise, we set if is percent, then we don't need this. It's just duplicated code from up here because that's the default. And then if it is a percent, P dot is percent equals true. P dot percent equals S. Else P dot is percent equals is percent. Else P dot amount equals S. There's got to be a better way to write that, but I think that's actually better. Before I even look to this, I think that's actually better. Is percent is false. It becomes true. Then we validate everything else. If there's no error, then percent or absolute dot is percent becomes whatever the value of is percent is, regardless, as long as there's no error. If is percent is true, then percent equals S. Percent being this value. Otherwise, percent dot amount equals int S. Convert the float to an integer. Am I right on that part? Nothing is ever assigned to P amount or P percent. You parse into S and drop it. Scopes S to the if block. So even if you used it, it'd be gone after. Declare outside the if or do the assignment and sign it. No return at the end. The function must return error on every path. Return nil on success. Returns nil. Because there's no error. Okay. Strings trim pass val percent strips from both ends. Works here, but strings.trim suffix says what you mean, and you won't eat a leading percent. All right, whatever. Fine. Wrong parse on the absolute branch. You always parse float, but amount is an int. Percent branch parse float P percent. Absolute branch string convert ATOI. P amount. All right, so instead of that, we do this. So we do this instead. P dot is percent equals is percent. So that's part of the return. Validate the numeric. If is percent. If it is a percent, then we're going to go ahead and validate this. It's a percent. If it doesn't convert correctly, then we return the error. Else, if, and the same thing, if s comma error walrused into convert dot a to I past val, is that going to be 64 as well? Or I could just do I found a lid in another straw for what, baby? What did you find a lid in another straw for? String int error. Oh, really nice. It's not nil, then we return the error. Otherwise, the amount is now S. That should be okay. That should be okay. And before I have something else wrong, because I'm just dumb. P% equals true. Guard non-scalar return error. Trim. Check suffix. If percent, trim suffix. Parse float. Assign P percent. Else, A to I assign P amount. Two compile errors, one big silent bug. Scope error. Both branches declare S inside the if statement scope. It's gone by the time you write S percent equals. Okay, so else. There. That fixes that. And that fixes that. Um, wait. How the fuck do I just return an error? How do I just return an error? Oh, there we go. Not format. Okay. So there's that. Doesn't trim space only get external? Or is it the whole thing? That's leading and trailing. So, better. Now I don't need that. So make some minor changes here. So we want to, let's actually go up and see what it says to do. Guard non-scalar, return error. Trim, check suffix. Trim. How do I remove all white space? Oh, that's all leading and trailing. So how do I, wait. Go remove all white space from string. Split and join. That seems like it's too much. Seems like this would still be slow. Oh, excuse me. All right, so like we'll just trim space. We'll just trim the space. Fuck it. If there's space in the middle, we'll just say it's not. It doesn't work. We're gonna end up having to do 2 trim spaces. Oh my god, why am I getting tired? Baby, it's because you said you were tired. That's why. That's why. Because you said you were tired. No, you want to be. Get rid of all the spaces. E dot is percent equals strings dot trim suffix has suffix. Right? Turning all that code into like a couple of minor layers. Value dot line. Value dot value. Right? Ads incoming. 2 minutes. I'm gonna keep coding this while the ads go through. Take this moment, or take the ad time to go ahead and hydrate if you haven't in a while. Take care of yourself. We'll be right back. See you in 2.5. Pause. Boop. Ad. Boop. That's what I thought. I have to actually do it. So here, oh, then with numbers. Go actively discourages that. Wait. Go actively discourages this style? Go actively discourages that? Wait a minute. Go. I don't need to use it outside or after that. Unless I do this. So I suppose that's actually better. That's what this is saying. Right? So this is what it's saying. That's what it's saying. I suppose that's a bit better. Okay. Yeah, we can do it that way. That's fine. Happy path continues at the outer indentation level. Okay. On the two branches, both declare S, but of different types, since each is inside its own if else, but you'll need. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Go format groups, standard live first, then third party, separated by a blank line. You have that. But string convert should precede strings because it does it in alphabetical order. Okay. Run it and stop thinking about formatting entirely. So, hold on. CD server/internal/descriptor. Go format. Because I don't have an actual application yet. LOL. Go mod init creates a Go mod file declaring a module path in Go version. Every Go tool refuses to operate outside one. Where to init? And the answer depends on your mono repo layout. You have server, client, proto, docs under L10 and MMO. The Go code lives only under server and client. Go code lives only under server. Client is C#. So init and server, not the repo root. This makes server the module and keeps Go's view of the world limited to Go code. Go build won't try to reason about your Godot project. The module path is conventionally the import path the others would use, and this is similarly designed when I start getting into proto buff stuff with the client much later. Under your module, there's all of them. The wrinkle is that the same proto files also generate C# for Godot. So proto sits outside server. It's shared source, not Go source. Generation rights go output into the server module in C#. Output into the client project from one set of definitions. Oh, really? Really? Okay. Okay. CD up ba-da, ba-da. Go mod init. Inside server. Cannot determine module path or source directory outside Go path. Module must be specified. Go mod init says it is outside the Go path and cannot determine module path or source directory in server. An identifier, not a URL. Go mod init L10. All right. Oh no. What's it doing? Oh no. Oh no. Ba 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 motherfucker. Fuck my life. Yeah. All right. What is this? What the hell? That's weird. Okay. Let me ask you something. No changes to the files. Copy. Paste. Remains. Stayed as is. Oh, I can't actually install it because I can do it this way. No, I can't. I'm on L10 over here too. So fuck it. Ordering is cosmetic. Boop, 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 boop. It does the same thing. It does the same shit. Like, whatever. It's unnecessary. So where would that go? Oh, silence is success. Yay! My unmarshalling and my types are done. Unmarshalling isn't done. I have 3 more to go. But it took me all that time to write this. Yeah! But I'm getting there. Types is done. The types file is done, which is great. The unmarshalling is started. So now we have another one. I don't know. I don't remember what the other one. There were 4 of them. So what are the other ones? We have 3 more to do, and it's saying All right, so how do I test it? How do I test the go that dot 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 dot? That worked. My trim.text. That's interesting. All right. Go build compiles everything and discards the result. Build binaries appear when you build the main package. Land in the current directory by default or wherever -o for output says you'll get one when P0 has an entry point. The build artifacts do get cached, shows where, which is why a rebuild is instant. Useful commands go vet and go test runs tests. So how do I test this? Unmarshal test.go inside the same descriptor. Unmarshal test.go inside the same thing, same directory, same package descriptor. Okay. Same package tests can reach unexported identifiers, which you'll want later. Import testing. Import go.yaml.org/yaml/v3. I think this needs to be, I think these both need to be in parentheses. Right? That's go.yaml.in.org. In YAML v3. Okay. So those are now imported. One function, func test percent or absolute unmarshal. Obviously, that's what we're testing. It doesn't need to be written that way. T type of testing dot T containing a table. What is a table? What is a table? Oh my God, what the fuck? What is a table? What is a table? What is a table in Go? Table-driven test, which is a highly idiomatic way to test functions. The fuck? And then iterate over the table. Oh my God, what the fuck? Okay, so create a table. Tests equals a slice of structs, each of which contain A and B as ints and expected as int, which right now is not the same as what I'm actually looking for, I don't think. And then we have the actual table, which is in this case 1, 2, 3, comma, -1, 1, 0, and then one more entry of 5, 5, 10. Add a comma at the end, put that there, iterate. Okay, so we have the idea. Okay, the idea for underscore TT, comma TT equals table test range in tests. Check the result equals add. I don't see the function add. see test add. I don't see the function add. Why don't I see the function add? The test is if these two equal that, then it works. So, all right, so I get that. Containing a table. A slice of anonymous structs, each holding the name, name, string, YAML input as string, amount as int, percent as float 64, and is percent as bool, and it should error bool. Okay, and then so that means we have, what is it, 6 entries? We can get rid of this. So that's how this works. So we have the name of, I don't even know what the input string is supposed to be. Okay, I have this. I need guidance because, again, I am new entirely to go and learning as I go. Two syntax rules in the root. Struct fields and new line separated, not comma separated. I thought they were. Okay. Convention is also lowercase for test table fields. Okay, that's fine. Percent should error. Okay. So the shape is field name space type new line repeat. Type new line repeat. Yeah, field name type. Field name type. Yeah. Filling the cases. Each case is a composite literal inside the outer slice. So two styles, positional or keyed. So name literal, comma, YAML input is the string. Or in this case, it's actually 2, comma, amount is 2, comma, percent is 12, comma, 12 12.2, comma, is percent is true and want error is also true for this one, right? Because you shouldn't have a percent in and amount at the same time. So names each value. Omitted fields default to their 0 value longer, but you can read a case without committing. Use keyed. With this many fields, it's not close. Note the only omission behavior. For the two case you write amount to and skip percent is percent should error entirely. They're already the 0 values you should want. So this one, we just skip outright. Because this one should not error. Right? For the two case you write amount to and skip percent. A case that should expect is percent true, but omits it silently tests for false. Be deliberate about which omissions are meaningful. Iterate. For now, why for underscore? Because we're going to throw it away. TC test. What's the C stand for? TC. Test copy. Okay, test copy. For range in tests. Right now, tests is just one. So it's just once. Test.run. Test copy.name, comma, func t.t pointer to testing.t. Run the test. Finalize. Range over a slice yields index and value. Discard the index. TC is a copy of each case. In this, inside the closure, 4 steps. Declare a fresh percent or absolute. Call YAML unmarshal on what's got. Fine. Okay. So what is and got? I don't see got. Import testing the YAML package. One function. Testing. Clear the cases. A slice of anonymous struct, each holding a name, the YAML input string. The input string. Expected amount, expected percent from the YAML input string. Oh, okay. So then we do something like this. So literal, this becomes 2.25. That becomes a failure. That should literally just be... That literally should just be it. What do I do if it's a float? The amount is a float. You can't have 0.25 of 1 health point, so that should fail. Right? So that's 3 tests. Testing is strange. Interesting. And strange. Interesting and strange. How do I declare a fresh percent or absolute? Hmm. Hmm. I'm not confused. I just don't know how to do it. That's what I was looking for. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. If error doesn't equal s dot, right? Okay. If no error was expected and no error arrived, you start checking the fields. Didn't get an error, got an error. All right, so, oh, yeah. H, I'm drinking so much soda. That's not good. I don't want to be drinking so much soda. Time for another ad anyway. Oh. 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 All right. Ad coming in. We'll be right back. All right. We are back. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So if error is nil, then if not TC should error, we mismatch. Uh-oh. Never truthiness. So if error is not equal to nil, and TC should error, matched. Not TC should error. T dot fatal F expected error TC had or got none. It literally says you should check against error equals not equal to nil, and then it uses equals. So how about this? If TC should error, then if error is not equal to nil, if TC should error is false and error is true, then we should literally expected error got none, unexpected error %v comma error. So in that case, right, there should be no error. We got an error. Now, if error is not equal to nil, and TC should error is true, so this feels weird, right? Because it's telling me one thing and then it's doing something entirely different. It's telling me one thing and it's doing something entirely. If TC should error, if my table says there should be an error and there isn't one, and yet you literally show me a state where error equals nil. Oh. If error is so error equals nil isn't truth in. just okay. All right, that makes sense. My bad. My bad. So combine those comparisons. Okay, so now if not tc dot should error and error if tc should error and error equals nil, and everything's correct. Or not tc should error and error not equal nil, then t dot fatal f expect error percent should error percent b for Boolean. Is that what the format? Go format percent. Boolean is base 2. B is base 2. That is a Boolean. Percent. Should error percent t error percent q w comma t c dot should error comma error. So that's both of those. That's both the check. If they don't match, there's a problem. We should error and error is nil. Or if we shouldn't error and error isn't nil, then that's it. If we should error and do error, first guard, error was expected, fail if it's not there, otherwise return. Second, error was not expected, fail if present. Also return, or fatal. If it should error and it doesn't, oh, if it should error and we get an error, it fatals out. So if it should error and it doesn't, it's a fatal. If it should error and it does, it's a fatal. If it should error and it doesn't, it's a fatal. If it should error and it does, it just returns. And then if it shouldn't error and it doesn't, and it does, then it fatals out. That's why that's there. This is a little bit different. I mean, I save a couple of lines of code. If it should error and it doesn't, we fatal out. If it shouldn't error and it does, we fatal out. Otherwise, now we're past both of those. Now we can so now we can just field comparison. If we error, and we're supposed to error, then it automatically goes through and that's fine. If tc.should error and error not equal to nil, then return. Which is why it's like that. So the should error basically should just cause us to fatal anyway. That's why, yeah. That's why. That's why it's doing that. Error equals nil, fatal. Yeah. I like this way better. Now we just I don't know. Hold on. If I do this, stop. So you have to return on path 2, which means separating the branches. Otherwise, you just... Yeah, all right. I like my way better, but that's definitely a valid case. If tc dot should error, then we check if error is not equal to nil, we have a problem. E dot fatal F, is it fatal F? Yeah, fatal F. Fatal F, expected error got none. So then we can be done with that. Else, I think it's else return. No, we don't even need else return. It's just return. So it should error. We got an error. Just return. It's expected. After that, expecting error. Got error. Pass. Expecting no error. If error is not equal to nil, then p dot fatal f unexpected error %v comma error, right? Oh. And then now we just start checking. And now we start checking. So I like this better because it's got a couple of, like, I like it better because it does what I want in a simpler way or an easier way. Less lines of code, but definitely valid what the AI is saying. It's vacuous because now we're expecting an error and we got one. What happens? You know? So all good. Turn that back on. Save. And now validate fields. But this is where I'm like, why do I compare the fields? Combining conditions to save lines is a common instinct and usually the wrong trade in error handling, where knowing precisely which case fired is the whole point. Interesting. All right, so now pass both, you're on the happy path and can compare POA amount, POA percent, POA is percent against the table. Oh, so I can validate that the unmarshalling is doing exactly what I expect it to. If POA dot amount is not equal to TC dot wait a minute. Should that be YAML input? If the percent or absolute amount value isn't equal to, right? If it's not equal to the YAML input, then something's wrong there. If it's not equal to the amount input, something's wrong there. TC.YAML input, then T.fatal F POA amount not amount equals %d want %d. But that's no. But what if I typo up here? Percent Q. Comma, name, pc.name, comma, tc dot amount, comma, tc dot that doesn't make sense. I got the POA amount is the one that's inside it's not YAML input. Wait a minute. If those don't equate, so I could do a switch case, POE amount not equal to TC amount, right? I don't think that'll work though. How do I perform the test? I don't think this is actually working. That should be equals, not equals. It should be equals, not equals, because if it doesn't equal here, that's fine. My bad. My bad again. Should have known that. QDD. Oops. If cases. Okay. Okay. That way there, it doesn't do fatal. So the test worked. So the test worked. So all three of those actually passed. All three of those actually worked. But only on amount equaling amount. All right. I've been doing this for 9 hours. I need to go to bed. I'm freaking yawning and stretching and it sucks. So I definitely need to go to bed. I'll be back. I will be back. I want to make sure that this actually works. Thank you for rating me earlier. AI engineering. Appreciate it. That does work, which is great. Yeah, I'm gonna go lay down. Need to sleep. That test works. I have more tests to do. Oh, shit. I will be back. I'll be back in a few hours, I guess. Yeah, I'll be back in a few hours. Thanks for watching, folks. I appreciate you. I really do. I'm glad that you are all here. I'm glad you stuck around. I'm glad you enjoy spending some time with me, even if it's just sleeping. Hope y'all, that's you, baby. Hope y'all have a good rest of your day. I'll be back here in 7 or 8 hours or so. I will be raiding tonight just a little bit, for an hour or so, raiding Gruul's Lair. And then I'll be back to coding. With that said, thank you for being here. I'll see you later today. And ciao for now. Duck and cover.